Okay, thanks. We will get started as soon as the clock hits 9 here. Okay, good morning, everybody. We will call the regular regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen board meeting to order. We have the proposed agenda in front of us, looking for a motion to approve. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? That's great. Any opposed? That motion carries. Brings us down to the consent agenda. Corporate issues. Looking for motion on that one. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to delegations. And this morning we have BDO with us, but I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you. So this delegation is in regards to the 2025 financial statements for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. I'm pleased to state that the audit is unqualified audit opinion, which is the best that you can get. If you had anything worse, I wouldn't even be here anymore. So with that, I'd have transfer this over to the CFO and she can announce the auditor's name and process.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, we have Sinead Scanlon from BDO Canada with us today, and she's going to give a short presentation.
Okay, she's not up on the screen there yet.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, there you are. Good morning.
Chair, thank you so much. I can see on the screen that you can't see me. So give me a moment while we try and figure that out. I can see you on the screen. I can see everybody and hear everybody that's been speaking. I believe I can tell that you can hear me okay. Is that all?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, great.
So you're free to go whenever you're ready.
Okay. So on the screen right now, you should be seeing our report. Says Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. So, okay. So 2 out of 3, I guess ain't bad for first thing in the morning. You can't see me, but I have presented to many of you before. So you can't see me, but you can hear me and you can see the report that you have in front of you. If you don't need to see me, the hearing me is the most important thing, and the copy of the report has been shared. So what I'll do this morning is take you through the audit process. Later, I know that the financials themselves have been shared, but I think the most important piece for me this morning in my role is just sharing a couple of the highlights from the audit process. So as mentioned, thank you for the welcome. My name is Sinead Scanlon, and I'm the external audit partner from BDO. We have been working with your team, Ms. Evans-McEwen and Ms. Ernst, over the last couple of months to get ready for the audit process. Of course, as always, supervision and guidance is needed from your CEO, Mr. Zaffino. And so the culmination of those couple hundred of hours worth of work is the audit for the December 2025 period. That's calendar period, January 1st to December 31st. And so what I'll do this morning is I'll take you through a couple of the pages on the report. It's 27 pages, but I think there's about 3 or 4 areas that I'd really like to highlight for you. And I'll start with the summary of the audit opinion. Mr. Zaffino stole my thunder slightly by sharing what is the most important piece of the presentation, and it's the audit opinion. It is our primary responsibility to report back to you as members of the board what that audit opinion is, and it's a clean audit opinion for RDOS for another fiscal year 2025. And that's our primary responsibility, and how we get to that work is those hours of audit work that we have with your finance team. Another highlight that I always like to share is independence. As your external auditors, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that there's clean lines of independence between our team and yours. Collaboration, of course, between us is extremely important, but ultimately any changes that we wish to make or your finance team wishes to make, there really needs to be those clear lines of independence. And so no concerns with that we have to report. The third and I think most important thing, anytime I report to you, we talk about fraud. We talk about the different areas of where the regional district might be susceptible, and that's a part of our audit procedures. The responsibility isn't solely the external auditors, of course, but it is our responsibility to make sure that we report back to you on if there are any instances of actual or alleged fraud impacting the regional district over the period that we've covered. And so happy to report that there were no such instances of fraud impacting the regional district in the current year. So those are the three highlights that I always like to start off with to make sure that as members of the board that you feel comfortable that the work that has been done by our team and yours really is reflective of the clean audit opinion that we're able to share. So what I'll do now is just maybe go through, you all have a copy of the report, but what I'd like to do is maybe just focus on audit at a glance right now. So where we're at in the audit process. So over the last couple of months, we've conducted the year-end audit work. And every year we break up our audit work into planning and then the year end. So we come and do our audit planning prior to the fiscal year end ending in December. And then we come back to make sure that, okay, now that everything has been posted, that all of the draft financials have been prepared, that's when our audit work for the year end commences. And so over the course of March and April is substantially when all of that work is completed. As part of our audit planning work, we assess what our materiality is going to be. And so when we assessed it based on your preliminary numbers, we calculated it to be 1.4 million. That's based on 3% of your total revenues for the year. And when we came back at year end, there were some changes to the numbers, as you would expect when everything is kind of finalized for the year end. And then we increased that to 1.6 million. So I just want to talk about for a moment what that is, because that's a large number. What I'd like you to do also is consider, what we base our materiality on, which is your total revenues for the regional district for your fiscal year. And so with revenues exceeding $60 million in the current fiscal year, what we do is base our materiality threshold anywhere between 1% and 3%. And so that's where we got to our $1.6 million. So let me reassure every member of the board that we look at areas, we look at any journal entries, any items that we find substantially less than that, and your finance team can absolutely attest to that. But really that's a guide to guide us as to how many items that we need to test for various different significant areas in the audit file that we come across. And so $1.6 million is absolutely within the range for the industry and for the sector, and fairly consistent also with the prior year as well. So no big spikes that we would expect or that we saw in your materiality. The other items that I have highlighted just on this page again are no fraud impacting the regional district in the year, and again that we have no independence concerns. Where we're at the audit status right now is we've substantially completed our audit for the December 2025 fiscal year end. We wrote a report to you back in December outlining the planning and where we thought some of the audit risks would be. And then this morning's report is the second and final part of that reporting back to you as members of the board. So the main page that I wanted to spend a couple of minutes on this morning was, where are our audit findings? And so there's 4 different areas here that we highlighted. These, if we're talking about where some of the risks are, this is where we hone in on. Some of these are mandatory risks for every audit that we perform, regardless of whether you're a regional district or otherwise. And some of these are very specific, of course, to RDOS for the fiscal 2025 year. So let me just start with a couple of those. Management override of internal controls. So reviewing the internal control environment at the regional district is something that's very important to the audit process. And so a substantial amount of our time is spent making sure that we don't encounter any significant deficiencies in your internal control environment. So we didn't encounter any significant deficiencies. But also as part of that, we need to make sure that for the internal controls that you have, that there's no overriding of those controls. And so it's very important, of course, to have a strong control environment, but it's rendered ineffective if you can just override those. So we need to test for any override. We didn't encounter any such instance in the year. So that's something that we're comfortable with in our audit findings. Something for more in the municipal sector, we're looking at part of our fraud procedures. We're looking at maybe fictional employees, fictitious vendors. We're looking at any unusual vendors. These are items and areas that we look at as part of our audit testing, and we didn't report any employees, any vendors that we couldn't substantiate as part of our audit work. The next area, fraud risk due to improper revenue recognition, is an area that we again look at for every audit that we perform, because if management were so inclined to manipulate the results of an entity at the year end, this is an area where you could manipulate those results, dictating when some of your revenue is being recorded. And so as a result of that, we hone in on that area to make sure that from the substantial amount of revenue that you've received, we look at, of course, material and significant contracts to make sure that the timing of those is recorded in the right period. And we found no instances of unusual transactions in that area. The fourth and final one is something that, of course, is very specific to the current year that you would have heard as part of your meetings during the year. And it's what we refer to as a restructuring transaction. And that's for Lakeshore Waterworks Limited and Vintage Views sewer systems in the year. And so making sure that those are being appropriately treated in the current year from an accounting and from an audit disclosure standpoint. So that was something that was important because it was so specific to the year to make sure that it was being recorded appropriately. And as a result of the work that we performed in that area, we didn't encounter anything unusual. That was a lot of discussion, of course, because that's a significant transaction in the year, and we needed to make sure that that was reported as it is in your financial statements. Finally, just to wrap up the last couple of pages here, I've already touched on the importance of internal controls. And it's our responsibility, as I mentioned, to report significant deficiencies. So we're comfortable that we didn't encounter any significant deficiencies that we needed to report back to you as members of the board. This highlights where deficiencies and what significant deficiencies mean. That would be a red flag, of course, for our audit, but we didn't encounter any such instance in the year. Second last slide here talks about adjusted and unadjusted differences. If we encounter any items that we think that need to be changed or reported as part of the audit, if they're material, if they're significant, we need to discuss those with management as the audit is progressing. And if we encounter any, that's of course a first phone call to make sure that we agree. And so I just wanted to highlight that we had any kind of areas that we needed to talk through and that we needed to adjust, or that your finance team wanted to adjust as part of the audit process. All of those were flown through into the financial statements that you have in front of you, and we're not proposing any final changes to those numbers. The final point that I wanted to just highlight for you is other required communication. So as your external auditor, we're there with your finance team in person, as well as doing, finishing our audit virtually, making sure that we have all of the documentation that we need, but it's not done in isolation. We need to, of course, communicate with all of the banks where we get confirmation from, MFA from a debt perspective. We're also looking for confirmation from your lawyers, your external legal representation, to make sure that there's anything that we should be aware of that we need to report in the financial statements, that we're able to do so. And so all of those transactions, all of those communications were held successfully in the year, and we needed to make sure that those were documented in our file. So that concludes my presentation this morning. You'll see on the slide here that there's a lot of information about our audit process. And then finally, what we have in front of you is in the upcoming years, you'll see changes to some of the financial statement disclosures. So these have already been reviewed and discussed with management. They're not effective this year. That will be in future years. But for the financial statements that you look at, there'll be some upcoming changes to how those are presented. So no other accounting or audit standard changes in the year that needed to be applicable. This is just a bit of a line of sight as to future expected changes that you can expect to see. So that concludes my presentation for this morning, but happy to take any comments or questions through the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I will just check with the board if they have any questions. I think you covered it fairly well and not seeing any hands.
Perhaps
Much appreciated.
before,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps before I wrap up, this year was, this audit had a lot of complexity to it. The regional district always has various different areas that end up taking us some extra time to be able to work through, and we certainly wouldn't be able to do that without the support of your extremely qualified staff. So I do want to say a huge thank you to Ms. Evans McEwen and Ms. Ernst for their patience, for their diligence, for their hard work, and the financial statements for second year that have been prepared in-house. You'll see when you go through them, even the restructuring transaction in the current year takes 3 pages of detailed disclosure, as well as, you know, what's upcoming for the incorporation of Okanagan Falls, some subsequent events that we issued in the statements. There's a lot of fairly significant transactions that are occurring. And I just want to express our gratitude on behalf of my team for the expertise that's shown throughout the process. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Director Coyne has a question. Go ahead.
No,
Nope.
I just make the recommended motion.
Okay, so you're moving receipt or acceptance of? Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and all the work you've done for us.
Thank you, Chair. Have a great meeting. Take care.
All right, that brings us down to development services. Item C1 is a development variance in Area F. Over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking a variance to a maximum height for an accessory building or structure that applies to the subject property in order to undertake the construction of a garage with a workshop on the second floor. There is no PowerPoint presentation, but staff's here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, I will go to Director Gattens.
Yeah, thanks, the chair. I'm wondering if the applicant, well, actually, I have a question for staff, so I'm just pulling up the notes. I didn't see any feedback forms. I just want to confirm with that with staff.
Okay, I will check staff. She was asking about feedback.
Yeah, we didn't receive any feedback forms.
Okay,
Through the chair, sorry.
Great,
Okay.
thank you. So, sorry, you guys, just give me 1 second here. And is the applicant in the room? If so, I just have a quick question.
Yes, they are.
Can I just ask the question? He had mentioned in his rationale about talking to his neighbors across the street, and I didn't see a letter from the neighbors or any confirmation. So I just want to confirm that that's accurate and he had that conversation with the neighbors.
Sir, if you would just come up to the front there, and I'm sure you heard her questions.
Sorry, I don't know if you can repeat that again. Hearing
Sure.
aids and
No,
ahead.
that's okay. Thank you. When you came to the APC, you talked about meeting with your neighbors across the way, just to confirm that their sight line wouldn't be impacted. And I just wanted to confirm that I understood it and am remembering that correctly.
Yes, I did pay attention to my neighbors to the west of me that you're speaking of, to make sure that I wasn't going to interrupt their view. I actually went as far as setting up a height with a mark on it, kind of thing, on it in a tree. Went up and on his deck with him and stood outside, and we looked to make sure that I wasn't going to be impeding his sight line. And his response was, "That looks great to me. Go ahead."
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then you do have a geotech report, or you talked to a geotech anyway. And then where this is, so the property is quite flat, but then where you're proposing to build is indented. So from the front, the streetscape is going to look more like a single story, and then you're going to have, but the higher part is sort of what's facing out towards the east, and there aren't houses looking on into that. I mean, the red wing is lower, but is that the right description?
Yes, yes, it is. It's a fairly large depression on the property there.
Okay.
And what we're doing is basically the upper level will be at ground level, but then everything else is digging down into the base of the pit, we call it. Um, it's actually the basement slab is 27 feet below street level. So for
Right.
the most part, you're not even going to see it. It's buried on three sides. It's just the back side is actually what's causing us this overheight.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that clarity. I also just want to recognize we did meet with the APC, and their APC voted not to approve this. And I know the intention of that is because we are trying to minimize oversized garage and changing the streetscape and the character of the neighborhood. But with that, I drove by your property a couple of times to check it out. So with this, I'm fine to move the alternative recommendation and improve this. I think it is the best spot for the property, and I appreciate the consideration to your neighbors. So with that, that's what I would like to move, please.
So you're moving acceptance or
Yes,
approval?
that's the alternative, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
yep,
Did that wait? Sorry, that's the alternative recommendation to approve.
okay. And it's been seconded. Thank you, sir. If I could just have staff come back up in case there's some questions on it. Your input was appreciated. So it's on the floor. Any discussion on this or questions? Not seeing any hands. This is a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to C2, a short-term rental permit application in Area E. Over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking to authorize the operation of a short-term rental accommodation use on a subject property to the issuance of a short-term rental. Specifically, the purpose is to allow the use of 5 bedrooms for a maximum of 10 paying guests in a single detached dwelling for a short-term accommodation use. No PowerPoint presentation, but staff is here to answer questions.
Okay, I'll go to Director Fedrigo. Direction on this one?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Given that we're having a lengthy short-term rental discussion in our EA committee, I'd actually like to defer this one until our, I think, first meeting in June, just to give staff some time to adjust to our conversation this afternoon.
Okay. Moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. Generally, we don't discuss deferral, so I'm going to call the question. Just checking with Ms. Batten, is that now a corporate vote when it becomes deferral? Nope, stays as rural. Okay, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to C3, the floodplain exemption application in Area E, CAO.
Thank you. Thank you. This application seeks an exemption from the floodplain regulation containing within the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800-2022 in order to allow for the construction of a single detached dwelling within the floodplain setback to below the flood construction of Okanagan Lake. No PowerPoint presentation, but staff is here to answer questions.
Okay, and again, I'll go to Director Fedrigo.
Thank you, the Chair. I will move the administrative recommendation.
Moved. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Director Coyne?
I have a couple of questions on this, and it's around the floodplain mapping, flood construction levels, emergency management. The federal government has come out and said that if we continue to allow construction in flood zones, then DMAF and those supports will no longer be available. I noticed that, like, our community has had to change the way we construct after the flood, and everything has to be, you can build in a flood zone, but mechanical, all your living space has to be above the flood zone. Where, it's been very clearly laid out. So, I guess I've asked the emergency management department to come and answer a couple questions as well. And what does this mean for them? How does this impact operations on the emergency management side? Because we have had issues in other parts of the region. We've had denied these in other regions. So I'm just curious as to how building a flood zone is going to impact our ability to perform our duties that way. And then to the planning staff is why are we not changing our construction levels and becoming flood compliant with what the federal government and other governments have told us we have to start doing. So those are my 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay, who starts?
We'll go, since planning is there, I'll start with them. Go ahead.
Well, if I can respond to the floodplain regulation one, I mean, we've had discussions with the board recently in relation to the Soyuz Lake and Park Rail, and as the board's aware, I mean, the mapping that we have, which we inherited from the province when they downloaded responsibility for floodplain management to local governments in 2003, 2004, that mapping is dated, and I know OBWB has taken an initiative to try to update that mapping, wave action into it, but our regs don't reflect that. And the date, we can't do that without a project supported by professional engineers with flood management issues. Yes, we did that in relation to Park Rail, but we have not done that in relation to major lakes, and put in as a strategic project for us. We're kind of stuck. We don't have the expertise in house or the time with all the projects the board has given us over the years to take that on. So we're not opposed to it, but it would be something for a future strategic planning session.
Okay. Follow up. Go ahead.
So maybe I can ask this to emergency. We've been doing extensive floodplain mapping in other parts of the region. I don't think leaning on other organizations to do our floodplain mapping. So yeah, you guys could let Deborah or somebody. So are we looking at floodplain mapping renewals on the lakes? Because this is a problem. It just takes more. We're in a lot of trouble.
Okay, over to Steph.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that the RDOS over the past several years has been awarded several grants over to update floodplain of maps over through the CEPF grant. And after emergencies, in regards to the Okanagan system, I think 2018 was the last update that has been done there for all the LiDAR and the floodplain mapping. However, from our perspective, not having a look into the planning side of things, every time there's an emergency or there's a flooding event, homeowners should be building back it better. They should be, if they're upgrading their home or they're fixing their home or they're getting the funding out over by the provincial side of things there, homeowners should be ensuring that the property that meets everything up over the code and ensure that they build the better so that the sump pumps are in a certain area, homes are above the floodplain, electrical boxes and all those other things that are able to be impacted by a flood or at a higher level. And that's what we want to do, as well as if there is an emergency over that occurs, homeowners that might not be entitled over to DFA after an emergency if they don't build over to that, or if they don't consider that into their the efforts.
Okay, thank you. I've got Director McCordoff and then Monteith.
Thank you. I really don't think this is a good idea. Definitely the Okanagan Basin Water Board has spent a great deal of time doing floodplain mapping, and that is available to anybody to have a look at. And they did LIDAR, they've done everything and made quite a few suggestions. This would not be something that OBWB would endorse. I'm also concerned about insurance. If you are wanting insurance on your house, I'm not sure that insurance companies would look at this favorably either. I just think it's a bad idea, so I totally agree with Director Coyne. Thanks.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. I'm trying to understand administrative logic when we've had similar applications, Vassal Lake, Twin Lakes, other areas, and the administrative recommendation has been to deny, but this is to approve. Like it feels like we're internally not following the same policies and process. Is my first question.
Over to staff.
So through the chair, so that's not my recollection. My understanding is this organization is based on professional reliance when it comes to these assessments. And for past floodplain exemptions, yes, the board has turned a couple down in the past, but staff have consistently recommended where the applicant is providing a report from a qualified engineer saying that subject to X, Y, and Z conditions, that this can be constructed. So I would disagree respectfully that I've been flip-flopping on recommendations in relation to floodplain exemptions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Follow up.
Yeah, I recall one in Vassal Lake that we discussed at the board, and the administrative recommendation was to approve it, and it was quite a discussion. I think that was like 2018, 2019. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I guess my other question is the liability. So whenever we have to put this, say harmless regional district, what is our liability if we approve this?
Staff.
So I believe this is responding to the requirements of the Act. That if you're going to consider one of these exemption requests based on the geotech assessment or floodplain assessment from an engineer, that would also put in on as a condition of that approval covenant. And so I guess used to make sure the board is complying with the legislation as a safe harmless covenant. Now, to the extent to which that will save you harmless from any future flood events or claims against the regional can't just only, but we to get additional information.
Okay, I've got first Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And it's a question in regards to floodplain issues, like for instance, the village of Caramias, which I believe planning contracts to. When we have cross jurisdictional things like where the province through BC Housing, we've got a lot of building in a community, and basically the Smilky Valley is a big portion of its own floodplain. So how does that process work when we deal with like the other level of government areas that historically and now continued to have development? Again, not saying that I'm against the growth, but how do we handle those steps in regards to that kind of development in an ongoing and known flood hazard? Thanks.
I think it's through the method we're using on this one, but I will check with staff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure of the question. I'm really hesitant to comment on processes in relation to the village of Caramias in the context of this application, but the village is bound by the same legislative requirements that you are as a board. Can't recall recently if we've assisted the village with a similar floodplain exemption request, but it would have to follow the same criteria as what we're following here.
Okay, follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my question is because I was just the BC housing stuff, since that's a provincial stuff, I was just wondering whether or not the province gets involved in those kinds of discussions when they're kind of behind those kind of developments. And again, it was just, this brought that question to my mind. So thank you.
Unrelated to this application, but I've got Director Coyne.
Yeah, on the liability side of things, I am concerned about the language coming out of Ottawa is that they are, if we continue to build in flood zones without mitigation works, we are the ones who are going to be responsible for it. So I am super concerned about this. I understand I don't have a vote on this, but I do have concerns for the overall, I guess, keeping the organization itself out of harm's way is my concern here. Just because of everything that we've had to go through over the last 4 years and the discussions we've had at every level of government, it's made very, very clear that we need to deal with this. And I don't see this as being in alignment with what's coming from the federal government and the provincial government this time.
Okay, Director Federico?
Thank you, through the chair. It's kind of hard to see in their plans whether that main floor that would be susceptible to the flooding is where their electrical and everything else is. So looking at then at the construction of the home and knowing that the potential for the basement to flood, just how that has been included into the drawings and the site plan.
Over to staff.
Sorry, it's a very detailed question that we're not sure we can answer quickly in the context of the more discussion here, but happy to come back to the board with additional information if that's desired.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Director Taylor?
So what happens to if we've provided to date on these properties? And what's our liability there? Having already approved and to say no at this point.
I'm not sure. Check with staff.
So I cannot speak to the liability. I'd have to get back to the board on that. And I'm even hesitant to speak on redesign requirements. I suspect that if this is denied, the applicant's going to have to reconsider layout, structure of the house, and how that then relates to the previous approvals given in relation to, I believe, the repairing setback, the holding tanks, and the front zoning setbacks. It's
okay. Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. And like Director Quinn, I don't have a vote on this, but I'm listening to the conversation around the table. There's a lot of discussion going off in different tangents here and not focusing on the actual application. But and I think that's okay. That's good. But it's a discussion that really should be at strategic planning level, so that we can decide as a board whether we're going to follow that protocol in a different way or a policy in a different way. I think there's a lot of policy discussion at the around the table now, and yeah, I think we need to allow staff to prepare for that discussion at a strategic planning session.
And I would just add to that our present policy has been, if there's a engineer who says it's acceptable, if X, Y, and Z is done, that we generally have approved those. It is. Director Bush, last word.
So I know, I'm pretty sure, like Tim or Director Roberts said, that we're all in the floodplain in the lower part of Smokameen, but aren't we also here in Penticton? To me, this would be all floodplain down to the border. And I'm pretty sure we're not liable for all these buildings that we put in here years ago or whatever. I think we're just going too far with this liability thing, although I do agree that, certain things should be above a certain level. But I think we're going too far, and I'm looking forward to the strategic plan.
All right. Director Monteith, I thought I seen a hand, and then we're going to ask the question.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Is the building underground at all, or is it just ground level up? I'm just trying to determine that, and then a follow-up.
Staff?
To the chair, I believe it is just ground level. Yeah.
So to follow up, so I did find an article from 2018 where we talked about the Basalt Lake one. So I just want to wrap back to that conversation. And we didn't support it because that property in particular was going underground. So just to say that we did have that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we've got the motion on the floor, and it's on the screen in front of us there. Rural vote. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Monteith and Coyne and Gettins. That's the three that I see. Yeah, I've got Gettins, so that motion does carry. Down Next one is C4, similar, but I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you. The application seeks an exemption from the floodplain regulation contained within the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800/2022 in order to allow for the construction of a single detached dwelling within the floodplain setback and below the flood construction level of Okanagan Lake. There is no PowerPoint presentation, but again, staff's here to answer questions.
Over to Director Federico.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I will make the administrative recommendation.
Moving it, seconded, it's on the floor. Just about the identical scenario here. Any discussion on this one before I call the question? I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And those opposed? Directors Monteith, Coyne. That's what I'm seeing. That motion carries. C5, review of large holdings, one site specific on Anarchist Mountain. Over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to remove the site-specific zone provision that applied to the approximately 25 parcel fronting Raven Hill Road and 9 Mile Place in Electoral Area A. Staff's here to answer questions, and again, there is no PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, if I could ask someone to move this for me. We'll move ahead, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. This again is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. C6, a zoning bylaw amendment in Area C. Over to the CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property in order to allow cooking facilities within the tourist accommodation use. Example would be motel units. And again, no PowerPoint presentation, but staff's here to answer any questions.
Over to Director Chahal.
Thank you, through the chair. I would like to move the alternate to recommendation.
So you're moving the alternate, which is to approve. Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. Again, a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Direct? No, I'm not seeing any hands. That motion carries. Down to C7, optimize the development approval process secondary suite review. CAO, oh, Miss Back, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I had just changed it to be approved, which actually the motion is to read the bylaws of first. Is that correct, Chris? Did I? So could I ask that we do that again, please?
For clarity, that makes sense. Yeah. So the motion is not to approve, it's actually to give it first, second, and proceed to public hearing. And this is C6. Okay. We'll call the question on that again. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. C7, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of bylaw 2800.59/2026 is to amend regulations in the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800/2022 related to secondary suites. And again, no presentation, but staff's here to answer your questions.
Okay, direction moving. Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Director Gattens, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can you, I'd like to ask staff, please, just to clarify what this means for Area F.
I will go to staff.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the concern that's raised is in relation to zones, particularly within electoral area F, where secondary suites are currently prohibited. So that would be within West Bench and Falder. So just to clarify, this zoning amendment does not propose to introduce secondary suites as a permitted use within those zones where they are currently prohibited.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Taylor.
Similar question.
We're not hearing you on the mic.
Can I ask a similar question in relation to control in regards to limited sewer and water
So is this automatic, or would the developer need to demonstrate or be satisfied that there's adequate sewer and water?
Staff?
Ultimately, when it comes to obtaining a building permit, you have to prove out that you have adequate water and sewer services being provided. So although zoning may permit it, you would still need to have site servicing.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Not seeing any hands. Again, a rural vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Over to C8, a petition to leave the service area in Area H. CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This is exactly as you stated. The applicant has submitted a petition requesting the regional district to seek the exclusion of property 3610 Princeton Summerland Road from the Chain Lake Shinish Creek Division Service Area. Staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, and I would go to Director Coyne.
I will have to abstain from this vote. I can't participate in this. Thank you.
You're declaring a conflict or just?
Yeah, yes.
Technically, we can abstain, so.
Okay, I'm declaring a conflict.
Okay.
These people were involved in my campaign and contributed, so therefore I can't participate.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Batten?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that Director Coyne leave the meeting. I actually, okay. Thank you.
He has left, and we'll have to remember to invite him back after this is dealt with somehow. Director Monteith.
I'm going to make the administrative recommendation.
Moving it. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. The administrative recommendation is to deny. Generally, with a denial, we ask if the applicant is in the room or online. Staff?
So through the chair, just to clarify, so the applicant's not available, but ahead of time, the applicant provided us with a statement. We at a staff level can read out for its benefit.
I'm thinking we're okay with that. Go ahead.
Proceed. Yeah, all right. So I will read verbatim, and it is almost 3 pages. So just please bear with me. You can also cut me off. Take the hook.
Read it quickly, please.
Yes. So previously, this is the applicant's writing now. So previously, we sent in a request to be removed from the Chain Lake Street service area. We have recently been advised that the administration recommended this must be denied. We are asking that this property be excluded from the area on the basis that it does not enjoy the same amenities that other properties included in that service area do. It is the furthest property from the lake, does not have any lake frontage or access to the lake. On page 4 of the document presented by the RDOS under the heading analysis, which I believe is administrative today, it mentions that our property is within 150 meters of the lake. It does not indicate where that measurement was taken, but we are assuming it is from the point closest to the lake. The property has 160 meters of highway frontage moving further from the lake. The document goes on to say that since it is within 150 meters of the lake, it seems to receive measurable benefits from the service, protection of access, stabilized lake levels, and control. As you will read below, but which I will read to you, this property does not benefit from any public amenities. The property is on the north side of Princeton, and there is no protection of access. It's much higher in elevation than the lake. Therefore, the stabilization of the lake levels and erosion control will never have an effect to this property. Statements submitted by the staff mentioned that our property was within 150 meters of the lake may be true as the crow flies, quote unquote, but certainly not true if you are trying to get access to it. The area included in 150 meters is private road, a fence and a lock gate as well forested, which blocks our view of. In actuality, if we wanted to go fishing or just take a cruise around the lake, we have to drive to the nearest public boat launch, which is just past the forest campground. We are happy to do that. There is no dock, so we can't leave our boat there or do any of the things that people on the lake can do. Having said that, these are all also some of the reasons we brought this particular piece of property. And without spending time there, but we don't think we should be included in the service area when we don't have any services. Another comment made within the analysis is that this is because the removal of the property from the service area would result in costs being redistributed amongst a smaller number of parcels, which increase costs for the remaining property owners. We presently pay $1,338.44 annually for property tax. If the proposed annual parcel tax of $1,230, including expected grants, but cost increases added, it would come close to doubling our tax for the next 25 years, not gaining or losing. If there are 61 properties, we pay $1,230 a year, $104. Using the scenario above, this property is removed, the remaining 60 properties will have to pay next to $20 a year, or $1.06 a month. So for the next 25 years, they pay an extra $20 per year, or we pay $3 per year. Fair and equitable? We don't think so. Another comment is that if the property is excluded, then others will follow. We ask how many properties are so far removed. Is this one? So why are we moved from the service area? Question mark. First off, we were not aware that there was a service area until the subject of this dam came up. Costs were going to affect us drastically. One might ask, why is a property that receives absolutely no benefit even in the service area? Earlier correspondence, the only way the debt can be repaid is by a one size fits all personal tax repayment plan. To quote an email received by us from the RDOS, here's the quote: using assessed property value with shift to the cost burden disproportionate to value lakefront properties, even though the dam's function benefits the entire service area. This could be seen as penalizing property value rather than distributing costs based on service access. A parcel tax ensures that all properties that benefit from the lake, regardless of distance, contribute equally to infrastructure. In other words, the lower valued properties are being penalized in order to support the higher valued properties, and the applicant emphasized that statement. We are the furthest property east of the dam. Our property has no boundaries that adjoin the lake. The Princeton is between our property and the lake. We have a very small window in which to view the lake, and we do not enjoy any of the benefits of being on the lake. This all comes back to saying the one size fits all tax absolutely does not fit. We are having a difficult time understanding why an assessed value tax is unfair while tax is considered fair. One example would be a piece of property close to us assessed at $1.439 million, and under the parcel tax method, the kind of cost of the property would be the same as it would be property which is assessed at $359,000. The $1 million property has lakefront. They can access the lake anytime, tie their watercraft to a dock and have it available at any time, sit on the deck or dock and enjoy the lake, enjoy the day, or just look at the lake and enjoy the lagoons, etc. Their children can play in the water while the parents supervise from a distance, and we can go on and on and on and on about the benefits of living on a lake and why there are going to be benefits more why they are going to benefit more from the dam repair than we are. They definitely have more to gain or lose by the lake being kept at the present level. This is not the only property with an assessed value of over $1 million. That being said, there are also many properties that have lower assessed values, but they do have the same advantage of the lake. We believe that those properties will also be penalized by the parcel tax. Thank you for considering this application and our views.
Okay, Director Taylor and then Bush.
Yeah, we've discussed this before. I personally don't see this property as a property, and I don't see that we're going to be flooded by requests to be excluded that can't be rationalized as required. So I'm against the current motion, which is to deny this removal.
Okay, Director Bush.
Yeah, so if we accepted removal from the bylaw or whatever, how many other properties are in the same boat?
I'll go to the CAO.
Just want to point out, there are only 6 properties that actually have true lakefront, plus the provincial government. They also have one. So all the rest are as far as what staff's concerned, is that the dams create the lake, the lakes created the community. And there was a service establishment bylaw great number of years ago. That 62 have been paying parcel tax at least since 2018, as far as I know. Could be even farther.
Okay, not sure if that answered your question specifically, but
no.
CAO.
Well, of the 62, only 6 have lakefront. The rest of them would be in the same position.
Go ahead, Director Bush.
Well, except for the fact that isn't there so many meters from the lake that are included, and are these people included for the right or wrong reasons, like the distance?
CAO?
Back, I think it's 2018, that's when the service establishment bylaw that I saw was established. And the group, all the property owners would have had to have a referendum. That property, depending on who was, whatever the owner was at that time, would have voted yes or no, but the majority, yes. And since then, we have been building all the 62 properties. It wasn't, I believe, how far it is. It's just the community in the area was asked to vote on it if they want the lake or not.
Okay. Director Monteith and then Barkwell.
Thank you through the chair. So the CAO said exactly what I was going to say. So if there was no lake, would those people have bought in that area? Probably not, right? That they bought because there's a lake, it's beautiful, all those things. So I get that they maybe not lakefront, but there are benefits to living in that area. So I do support them being in there, just for that reason.
Okay, Director Barkwell and then Gettins.
I'm looking at the map on schedule 2 or attachment number 2, and it shows lots of properties on, well, there's the road side of the lake and then the other side of the lake. Are those lots not lots or not part of the 62, or because they would all seem to be waterfront and benefiting from the lake?
I'm not sure if staff.
Attachment number 2 in the report.
Staff's checking with them.
But related to that, I guess my comment is, yeah, you know, how originally before that 6 properties was how many other people are on the other side of the road and not directly on the lake and benefiting. There was two issues and raised. You know, he wants to be not included at all, but if he is included, then is it fair to have a tax based on property value versus the parcel tax? And I could certainly support a tax based on property values, because that, and then it would be proportionate to the value derived. Your property value, if it's $1 million on the waterfront, you're getting more value, and so you should contribute more. I don't know if you can change that sort of methodology now. I know that we've done parcel taxes. It's been a council decision and a council discussion, and maybe it could be a board discussion to change it to what I think would be a more equitable process or assessment method, which is a different question whether this parcel should be included or not included.
Go to the CAO.
I think I can answer both of those. Just check with staff. The 6 properties I mentioned have beach access, but there are some other properties that have access, some sort of one access or another. As far as parcel tax versus the assessment tax, with assessment, property values change. You can build a $1 million house, or you can build a $300,000 house. So with the property value changing, the portion that each one pays would change from year to year, yet the benefit still remains the same. And as far as the parcel tax going back to the service establishment bylaw, it would have been very clear and stated that it would have been a parcel tax. In this case here, we're talking about capital construction, and it's normally capital construction is a parcel tax, operation is the assessment. So when the bylaw does finally come to the board, if the referendum passes, there'll be 2 types of taxes. Assessment tax on operation, which is a small amount, and then a parcel tax on the capital portion of the project.
Okay, a follow-up to that, Director Barkwell?
Yeah, we had one recently, big capital project, big discussion on council, and they compromised, and 50% of the capital cost was through a parcel tax, and 50% was covered through assessments. Yeah, and so it still remains, whether the property values change or not, it still remains a reasonable correlation between the value of your property and your benefit and what you should contribute towards the capital cost. because that can be adjusted each year as long as the total covers your payments.
Comments, Director Gettens, and then Coyne.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share that I do agree to deny this. I just wanted to reflect a little bit on what's happened also in Area F. Sometimes it's hard because if you do feel like you don't directly benefit from the service area, but there is that overall benefit. And we get this quite a bit with parks in Area F because we have more parks in Greater Westminster than we do in Falder and Meadow Valley. We don't have any parks in Falder and Meadow Valley, but it is a public access, and it's kind of one of those things you've all got to sort of pitch in together on it. So I won't be voting in favor of this.
I would. Oh, we'll leave that alone. Director
I just corrected myself. Then you know what I mean.
Yes, I think we understood it. So.
Yeah, I just want to point out, like, I understand that this is close to the lake. It's around the corner a bit. It's in the swamp. It's not near the actual lake. And yeah, I understand that there are some with boat docks, but the ones that are along the highway, the road, it's a road. It's, just two cars wide, and everybody pretty much has a dock or access to the lake along the roadside as well. I are the properties that are gonna the ones that are being constructed at the top of the swamp, are those gonna be included in this as well, or like, because this is, I mean, I disagree with not just this, but I disagree with like the whole way we're doing this whole Shinnish Creek thing, because I think it impacts the entire valley, not just the people on the lake. I think it impacts everybody down Hayes Creek because it does offer some flood control and it does offer water through the whole summer. So I have lots of concerns around this, and I always have. But with this one in particular, I understand why they're coming. I understand the CAO's position. But at the same time, these guys are around the corner. They're close to the lake, but they're not. I mean, you can't just. It's a different situation. It's not like you're up on West Bench looking down on Okanagan Lake. This is your view is a swamp.
Okay, Director Bush.
Okay. Yeah. So is this part of a backup for irrigation water or somebody's water? This lake.
We'll go to staff on that. Looks like Elise is coming up to answer this one. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is a licensed user that is included in the service area that does use water out of the creek.
Okay, is there a follow-up to that, Director Bush?
But it doesn't go to Summerland or Calder or whatever. So I'm just thinking ahead, like if these people don't apply for or don't agree with the dam, is this lake going to be drained? And is that bad?
CAO.
So,
but for why? Why was it man-made?
This is a requirement of the province that stated that the dam needs to be upgraded. So that we're looking at negotiating right now with the residents to have access, because there will be a referendum, and the referendum will clearly state if you vote yes for the capital construction, the work will create and keep the dam. If not, then it have to be decommissioned. Just so everyone knows, this is serious to me, and I have a meeting with the province, with the Walrus at 4:30 today, specific to the background of that dam. But this is in regards, this motion is in regards to they're asking if they continue to be in the service. If you open the door for this, there are a lot of properties that they take advantage of the lake because the lake is the reason they're there. And you're going to get more requests, not just for the Chain Lake one. There's other areas where people can make a demand or request saying, I don't have specific benefit from whatever service we charge.
Okay, Director Taylor.
I hate making things difficult for our CAO. But at the same time, I still feel that this particular property is definitely around the corner and overlooking the swamp. The other properties while they may have a road in front of them, if you go to Peachland, drive along a beautiful lakeshore road, the houses on the side of the road are all $1 million homes. They're separated from a quite busy road from the lake. Here, and they're classified as semi-lakefront. Here, yes, there are a number of homes that are semi-lakefront because they have, I don't even know if that road is paved, but they have a road that's between them and the lake. Yeah, my position stands. I think the one individual should be allowed to remove himself, and I don't personally think I think we still have a basis for keeping the rest within the service area.
Okay. I'm going to just check. Is that a new hand, Director Gettins? Okay, over to you, and then Director Barkwell, and then we're.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I just appreciate the context as I'm not familiar with the area. So I want to just confirm two things, that the other homes around the lake, except for this one, have access to a dock or something like that to the lake, and this one doesn't. So I just wanted to test that with Director Coyne. And then if we do change the service area to allow this person lake, do we have to redo the whole service bylaw, or can that just be done to the bylaw? Like, I just wondered the process of changing the service bylaw. So confirm if the property has less access than everybody else, if that's what I heard correctly. And then what's the process if we have to redo the whole service bylaw and remove one property?
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Batten first for the last question. Part of the question.
So sorry, for clarification, Director, you're wondering if the board choose to go the other way and allow the property to be removed, what the process would be?
Yes, please.
Okay, so it would be reading, I think it's the alternate recommendation, and we have a bylaw that would change the service area boundaries. And I think the alternate would be to read it 3 times. So it is a change to the service establishment bylaw by changing the boundary.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just to confirm, if this one property has less access than the other properties, I think that's what I heard Director Coyne say about docks, access to docks, and this one doesn't. Is that correct?
I'll check with Director Coyne.
Not exactly. They all have easier access to the lake. Like he's around the corner from the lake, whereas there's a couple small docks. It's not a developed lake. Like the lake itself isn't very big. There's a provincial campground along probably just over half of it. Most people use that as the access point. There's a couple small private or community docks that they use on the roadside because there's no houses along the roadside. The other side, they all have access to the lake, and the bottom side, they have access to the lake. The top side where these guys are, it's all swamp, and it goes up. If you look at the one map, there's like a line in the middle of the blue spot. The whole top blue spot is all just swamp with trees, and it's kind of like muskeg type swamp. It's not a lake, it's just a swamp.
Okay. Sure, Director Federico, and then I'm calling the question here.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that the context of this is going to be vastly different. But if most residents in Penticton use this argument, if that dam needed to be replaced and they don't have access and we had to take it out and we had no more lake, like that's on a grander scale, and I appreciate that. But in reality, it kind of feels like that's what you're asking, right? Like you benefit from the lake, whether you have to, well, I have to drive my boat a kilometer. Okay, well, most people like in Naramata, they have to. Like anywhere else that you don't have lake access, you will find your way to the lake, and you generally want to be living close by to it for that benefit. So I'm struggling with this one. I get that you live in front of a swamp, but you also made the choice to move and buy the property in this area without lake access. So you need to participate in paying for the infrastructure that contributes to what making that community. So.
Okay, this is a corporate vote, so going to call the question. And the motion on the floor is to deny the removal of this individual from the service area. So calling the question on that, all in favor? All right, those opposed? Directors Taylor, Chahal, Coyne. The motion does carry. Okay, moving on, community services. D1, a Headley War Memorial Cenotaph. Over to the CEO.
Thank you. So this goes back to 2018 when the Board of the Day actually declared the cenotaph as a heritage site, but it never made it into our spreadsheet or our webpage. So this is just an overview of what happened back then, and for us to add a church called Little Church in the Headley area also. So staff's here to answer any questions, and that can also help. Mark, sorry.
No presentation on this one?
No presentation.
Okay, I'll go to Director Roberts' direction.
Yeah, thank you. This is close to my heart, as everybody knows. I've got a special place for Headley. Grace Headley Church, again, this was something that was brought up in 2018 as well. And one of the things here is we got the building itself was built in 1903, but it was actually a tent prior to that back in the 1880s. And the reason why that's important, it was run, and again, I don't know the official term in regards to the congregation group or denomination, but it's been the longest running continuous denomination of a church that is not at any point in time stopped operating as a church. Because there are other old church buildings in Headley, and there's a lot of other assets. You know, I really believe that that whole corridor, some of the most amount of heritage assets, and the community asked me to participate in this back in 2018 and encourage it moving forward. And I did bring it up to also the BC Heritage, because that was their 120th anniversary of Headley as it stood. So the importance about the cenotaph, it is the oldest World War I cenotaph in Canada. And by all records, it's the second oldest in the world that was made for specifically World War I. And again, because of the community and the Mascot Mine and all the miners that perished there. So I'm happy to move this forward and look forward to doing more things like this in regards to heritage values in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving it. I see Director Bush is seconding. Any further discussion on this? Director Monteith.
Thank you. Just a separate question for staff. Could we verify that the 1912 hotel is registered as part of the heritage? There was some conversation I saw that it wasn't.
That would be a separate item.
Yeah.
And I had Director Coyne, Senior. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just a kind of a plug for community Headley. Anybody that's going through there has never gone and seen that war memorial. It is an amazing little piece of art as well. It actually has the letters that are on that memorial are all lead, and it's pounded in. It's been carved. It was hand carved, and then the lead is inset into that carving, and it is just a really neat piece of work. And anybody that's going through Headley should stop at the coffee shop and have a coffee and wander down and have a look at it, because it is a really important piece of history. Just wanted to put that plug in there.
All right, thanks for that. Any further discussion on this? We've got the motion on the screen in front of us. And again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to Public Works, Wildlife Safety Education Program, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The report is to seek direction for the next steps for the delivery of wildlife safety education programming in the region. No PowerPoint presentation, but staff is here to answer your questions.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on this? Or someone prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in the taking this in-house, and I'm wondering if this is something that maybe we could look at as a regional program. You guys do have a focal point, thanks. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider taking this in, like as something we could do regionally. We've stopped doing wild safe, and it's not that we don't want to do wild safe. It's just we weren't happy with the program itself.
CAO?
So I was told there is a PowerPoint presentation after all.
Okay, we'll let that happen first, then we'll seek any questions or discussion. So there it is. Go ahead.
All right, so I just put together a few quick slides just to sort of identify the differences between the options that were presented. We don't have a just a little bit of background. So the RDOS has maintained a community coordinator program for the Wild Safe BC education program since roughly 2016 in various forms. And most recently, what we've done is had sort of a hybrid program. So we've had an external Wild Safe program that runs seasonally, and then we've had an in-house staff member that's sort of facilitating some of that extra support during the off season to keep that program accessible throughout the year. So currently, the capacity has increased for internal staff, so it's making it a little bit more difficult for us to maintain consistent activity throughout the season or throughout the year for the program. And what we've done in the last 2 seasons is just had a fully external program through BCCF, which is the nonprofit organization that oversees the Wild Safe BC program. So in 2024 and 2025, we had a community coordinator that was hired through BCCF, and we provided the budget of $15,000 a year for that. Currently, Wild Safe BC programs are active only from May to November each year, and the preference that we've had is to have that hybrid model, so we do have something running through the winter season as well. Just to give you a little bit of financial context, so what we've had existing currently is that the solid waste management budget is where the Wild Safe program sits. And we've got both an operational budget and a staff allocation for wages of approximately 0.2 of a staff position. For the 2026 operational budget, we have $17,000 allocated for activities and then an additional $19,500 for staff time. So if we look at the internal option that was suggested in the board report, what we'd like to do is use the $17,000 in operational budget this year to develop our internal program that would cover educational activity plans, creating outreach materials, branding our program to match the RDOS branding, creating the wildlife safety training plan for internal staff, and then still allow for that opportunity for staff to be available to answer questions from residents, but not have any planned outreach events for 2026. And then the expectation is that the program would be designed around the existing budget versus changing the budget to meet the program. So within that 5-year budget, projected budget, we are expecting it to maintain the program as it is. So some of the benefits of the RDOS program, it would definitely be complementary to our curbside collection program. It just makes more sense to have someone from the solid waste department facilitating the project alongside that curbside collection program. It maintains the RDOS branding and the tailored messaging specific to local issues. One of the pieces with the Wild Safe program is that it's a provincial program, and I'm not trying to downplay the importance of that program, but it is nice to have the local context there. Collaborative relationship with local conservation officers and municipalities. So we do have the office on industrial here where we work quite closely with the conservation officers across the region, and they've been super helpful and very open to working with us for wildlife safety. Having the year-round availability for events and activities. That was probably one of the biggest hangups with the seasonal program, is that because it doesn't start until mid-May, we're missing some significant outreach events within the area. So notably the Penticton Home Show is a very major event for us. As far as wildlife is concerned, we've had booths set up there for many years. It's a great opportunity to discuss wildlife safety with local residents. Also the Sorco event, which happened this past week, or last weekend, we didn't have the opportunity to participate this year, but having those events that gives us the opportunity to have contact with local residents versus tourists over the summer, it's not quite as effective for the program itself. So it's nice to have the option to be available for those events off season. And then obviously access to organizational resources that we wouldn't have to pay for additionally. So using an RDOS vehicle, printing services, design software, Microsoft Office for scheduling and planning, obviously because we already have that in-house. We wouldn't need to pay on top of that as we do with the WildSafe program. So if we're looking at the second option here, so that would be running the seasonal program with BCCF and WildSafe BC. We do have some of the benefits of that program are that it is managed by a dedicated team run provincially out of Kamloops, I believe. They provide training and support for the community coordinator. There's the opportunity to collaborate with other programs across the province. Consistent messaging, so they have a very well laid out brand and messaging that makes it very easy to voice that same message consistently across all areas of the province. They do have their templated and prepared messaging and documents, so it's a nice clean transition when you're needing to provide information to people. And then any type of media requests and concerns that are voiced through the media are actually managed by the BCCF, so it's not a staff member that would need to do that. So some of the limitations with the program, and we kind of touched on a few of these, is that we don't have that local context for programming. So we have obviously, and I'm sure everyone's heard that there's quite a lot of bear activity already in the area. It's an early season. The season seemed to be extending, so the seasonal program isn't quite hitting those milestones, or we're sort of missing the mark on those. Obviously, the major local events are also being missed with that shorter timeline. It's not as cost effective for the size of the region. So what we found was that because we're paying for a personal vehicle use and things like mileage, that is kind of adding up just because of the size of the region that the coordinator would need to travel to hit all the major centers. A large portion of the budget is being spent on travel expenses. Another piece is that WildSafe BC has had some security concerns, so hybrid programs are no longer supported. So we don't have access to their internal files or information templates, all of their documentation, and also their Facebook program. So they are maintaining control over all of those things, which makes it harder for us to run it as an off-season program. So these are just the two options. That's all I really have, unless there's any additional questions. So it's either the suggested options are either bring it in-house and create an internal RDOS program, or continue with the BC Wildlife the BC Conservation Foundation program through WildSafe BC.
Okay. Director Coyne.
Yeah, I mean, as I already said, I'm in favor of bringing this in-house. I think we could probably collaborate on the materials and whatnot, because we've found similar problems with ours. That's why we've walked away from it. We don't put as much in as the regional district, but we're a smaller region. We also found that because we're a smaller area, our WildSafe person was working multiple jobs, not always available in different communities, trying to do work while we needed a job as well. So I'm in favor. I'd make the recommendation to bring it internal. I think that's a good move, and it will. And if we team up, I think we can save some of those costs as well. So I'll make that motion.
Moving it, seconded. So on the floor, any further discussion or questions? Go ahead, Director Fedrigo.
Thank you, through the chair. A little while ago, I had a journalist phoning asking about bear safe and or bear aware and wild safe and stuff. So Any insight into what is actually happening in the province with the program? And, is it being downloaded? Kind of skinny on what's happening there, if you know.
So it's a little bit of a complicated combination of things. So the Bear Smart program is like a certification. So Naramata does have the Bear Smart certification or had it, but they've actually defunded that program provincially. It does run independently of the WildSafe and that nonprofit wildlife safety program. So I don't know what the outcome is going to be of the Bear Smart program itself. WildSafe seems to be functioning perfectly fine. For us, it just isn't working because of the size of the region and how short the season is when they hire their staff. So.
Okay, follow up. Go ahead, Director Federico.
Wonderful, thank you. And I agree to the off season because I know I've sent in messages about aggressive deer and other, animal encounters happening in the community, and it's like, where our wild safe coordinator's not working. I'm like, oh, I need signs up. So definitely appreciate that all year round, because the animals, some of them are out all year round.
Okay, Director Holmes and then Taylor.
This isn't going to be popular, but maybe in Summerland we get a lot more pressure on our tax, on people keeping our taxes low. And this is exactly the sort of program that when we go through all what we can cut and what we can eliminate, this would be exactly the sort of program that would be flagged. I question whether it's a local government responsibility at all. It's kind of a nice to have, not a need to have. And I think, people in Summerland, they know if we had a cougar downtown Summerland about a month ago. People know that don't call the city. You're wasting your time. You call the conservation officers. They deal with it. I get bears in my backyard all the time. Nobody's calling district. I would take option 3 and just thing altogether.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Just similarly, a couple of concerns. Like I value the program and the communication and education of taxpayers. I don't think this is the individual we want people calling when there's a bear in your backyard. Maybe I'm mistaken on that, but I thought we would be calling the conservation officer. And I'm just concerned that I see this potentially creeping into a full-time role, another PY, another vehicle. And so I'm looking for the least cost way of delivering the program, which to me seems spreading the cost of the overhead over the whole province.
Okay, Director Coyne.
So way back in the day when this program started, it was never meant to be an ongoing program. We were told to get your act together, put in bylaws in place to deal with things like garbage and all this sort of thing. And so many of us ran out and we've got, animal attractant bylaws and whatnot. And that was part and parcel because WildSafe isn't the conservation service. It is an education program to educate you on how to deal with animal interactions, how to keep your garbage safe, and ticketing. It's not a ticketing, but like an information system. So when you have your garbage out the night before, you're supposed to go around and tag them and say, you shouldn't be having your garbage out. What I like about bringing it in-house, and this is one of the challenges we had, is that the WildSafe program did not want to work with our bylaw program. So they're out ticketing people. We have no notice that they're letting people know that they shouldn't have the garbage out. And then garbage ends up all over the street. Whereas if it's in-house, we can maintain it with the amount of money that we're using, but then they can let bylaw know. Bylaw can go and say, you're being warned, but that's not happening. At least not with us, because WildSafe, they said that's not our job. Our job isn't with your bylaw department. So for me, if we're looking at limiting those interactions and everything else and extending the time period because we already are doing that work, um, it makes more sense. And it's great that the Okanagan side of the valley has a conservation officer. Ours comes from Kamloops. You know, we don't, you call, you might see one in a month. You know, we have a cougar in town. They're like, yep, there's an aggressive bear. They won't come to bears. Actually, I was told the other day by a conservation officer, we no longer respond to bear calls in town unless it's like literally attacking you, because they will not deal with bears in town. So maybe that's just out of the Kamloops district, but yeah, so no, we used to have a conservation officer in town. It moved to Merritt, and now the head office is in Kamloops. So conservation is being just pushed to the limits, and that's why we're supposed to have these animal attractant bylaws and everything else. But having it in-house allows us to be able to deal with things more rapidly in a more efficient way than what we're doing right now. Because just having a tag on your garbage saying don't put it out, and we're telling staff at the regional district office, the municipal office, doesn't help.
Anything further, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just interest of time, everybody agrees that I hear it, almost everybody agrees that it's an important program. And I'm just wondering, this kind of came to us pretty quick. Is it possible to get a more in-depth discussion at the EA committee or someplace like that? Would that be appropriate or inappropriate?
I think it would be at the committee of the whole, maybe, because it is kind of, it's not just us as rural directors that are dealing with this.
I guess I'm just wondering at the board then, is there any appetite for deferring this to a committee level for better discussion and sorting through what these options are?
I think this is just asking to bring back, maybe CAO can clarify, but start the process of the in-house option, if that's the route we go. And we'll have to have a further discussion at some point anyway, but staff can clarify.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just one note I would like to bring up. The timeline for getting a BCCF person to coordinate our program this year is pretty well up. They've extended it just for us so that if we needed one, if that was the direction the board wished to go, we could still hire one. But pushing it back 2 weeks means we would not have to program through BCCF this year.
Okay. Director Taylor?
So has this motion actually been made yet?
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor to go in-house.
All right. I would love to see this turned down and ride this current program 1 year and then look at the in-house option for next year.
That's what I would like to get to. Okay. Can I just clarify, what is the current process? Is that not a problem here?
So just for clarification, we don't currently have any active program. If we defer, we wouldn't even have the option to get a coordinator through WildSafe BC for this season. So there'd be no activity this year, and we'd be in the same position next year, coming back with the same two options to figure out if we're going to do a full internal program or if we want to continue with an external program.
I thought we just heard that we needed to start now if we're going to bring on a BCCF coordinator.
And then that would be option 2 rather than.
And I'm asking if we could look at option 2 and then consider whether we want to stay with option 2 or move to in-house over the course of the coming year and through the budget process.
Sure.
Okay. Director Coyne?
So if that's the way you want to do it, we'd have to defeat the motion that's already on the table, make a second motion to continue forward. But if I would suggest that if you want to do that, you would make a motion to proceed as normal this year with giving staff the direction to proceed with bringing it in-house for 2027. That way it's all in one motion. Staff can prepare over the next year. They don't have to come back next year. And then you get your wildlife person this year.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor. Director Bush, you want to speak to it, and then I'm going to call the question.
I'd like to move further motion.
No.
Defer, I think that's problematic, but you're moving it. Is there a seconder for deferral? Let's see if that goes anywhere. It doesn't appear to. So we've got a motion on the floor, and the motion on the floor, just so everybody is clear, is to start the in-house program. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? We'll have to start with Director Taylor, Director Holmes, Director McCordoff, Director Chahal, Gilbert, Bush, Director Johansson. Where are we at there? And I'm not sure with the folks on the screen. I can only see a couple or one at this point, so, and I'm not seeing any hands.
So what I've got is 7 opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So the motion would carry. Okay. All right. That moves on to finance. Permius and District Fire Department Capital Reserve Expenditure, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This report is looking for an amendment to the 2026 Permius and District Fire Department capital budget to add an additional $75,000 towards the purchase of a Type 3 engine, which would be, if the board approves it, be financed through capital reserves. Staff is here to answer questions, and no PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, direction on this one?
Move stuff.
You're moving it? I'll move it. Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Okay, Director Bush and then Roberts.
Okay, so I'm told that I think they sold 3 older vehicles and they want to replace those 3 with one, which is a little bigger bush truck that carries water, that can get to the rural places the big engine can't get to. So there's a reason for it.
Okay, so makes sense to you is what you're saying, Director Roberts?
Yeah, that's true. That this is something that's going to carry forward, deal with a lot of our problem properties. Some of the ones with private and public bridges issues, agricultural land, slope, and some communities that we couldn't deal with before. And at the same time, they're one of the most sought after in regards to wildfire BC. So it's a good choice.
Okay, Director Taylor?
I'm supportive of this, and I'm supportive of consideration in other areas as well. I'm not clear what the actual purchase price is. I see a lot of numbers, but I wasn't clear on what the actual purchase price was.
I will see if staff can answer that.
Through the chair, it's budgeted for $175,000.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Go ahead.
And that is used?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any other hands, we'll call the question on this. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Looks like that motion carries. Down to F2, over to the CAO.
Thank you. This is asking for an expenditure of $250,000 for electoral area A Community Works Fund reserved for the construction of the Anacus Mountain Community Center at James Soul Park. Again, staff's here to answer questions. No presentation.
Okay, if I could ask someone to move this for me. Seconded, thank you. Any discussion or questions on it? Not seeing any hands. Again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to F3, 5-year financial plan amendment, CAO.
Soren's smiling. This is the most amendments I've seen in one report. Again, this is to amend the 2026 Regional Trails Operational Financial Plan to include $50,000 of grant funds from the Trans-Canada Trail for capacity building activities that help RDOS access operational, capital, and resource requirements and support development of analysis and report level decision materials. Staff's here to answer questions.
Someone prepared to move this one? Moved. Seconder. Thank you. Any discussion? Director Monteith?
Thank you. While I support the motion, I'm curious to where the $50,000 is coming from.
Hills.
So is it,
Or what is it called?
is it
Wayne?
reserve?
It's a
Is it-
Trans-Canada Trails grant that was received.
Okay.
Any further questions or discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to F4, Kearney's Recreation Facility Reserve Fund expenditure, CAO.
Thank you. This is a request to amend the 2026 recreational facility KRMES Area B and G capital budget to include $27,000 from the electoral area B, G, and KRMES Recreation Facilities Reserve Fund towards the purchase and installation of a replacement HVAC unit. And staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, assuming you guys are moving it, seconding it, it's on the floor. Any discussion on it, Director Roberts?
Yeah, thank you. It's unfortunate, but we were aware it was about in the plan for like 2 years down the road, but it decided to give it up. And if we put the amount of money we would have to put in just to have it carry over for a couple more years was not a good idea. So this is the best thing that we needed to do. And it also is a heating and cooling area for the community. Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Again, I'm just having trouble with numbers. It says the purchase price is 27, but there's a full rebate of 30%. So why do we not just apply for 30%? What am I missing?
Through the chair, we put in the full amount of 27 in case we don't get that 30% reimbursement. It's not a guaranteed until we get the unit. Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to legislative services. G1 is a report on the assent vote results from Sage Mesa, CAO.
I couldn't have said it better. This is, as you stated, to meet the requirements of the Local Government Act regarding submission of reports to the Sage Mesa water system assent vote results. It will be as presented by Ms. Batten.
Over to Ms. Batten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board is aware, on April the 11th, we went and had our general voting day regarding the Sage Mesa Water System Service Establishment Bylaw and Sage Mesa Water System Loan Authorization Bylaw. The results showed that we did not receive elector assent for those two bylaws. And as CEO has stated, as per the Local Government Act, I must report those results out to the board.
Okay, thank you for that. G2, I think we need to make a motion here, CAO. I'll let you describe it, or
That's correct. This is to conclude the assent process for bylaw 3075-2024, which states as it's stated on the screen.
Okay, someone prepared to move this? I think Director Area F Director is moving this one. Tongue slips here. Seconder, thank you. Any discussion on it? Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment and I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the citizens on the Sage Mesa water system. This was a really complex proposal for citizens to consider. And, it was construction that would have spanned over a decade with a really increasing, with high costs of in upwards of the tens of millions of dollars. There's an additional layer of complexity with this one around the private ownership and the provincial oversight. And then, of course, the regulatory oversight provided by Interior Health. I think for many citizens, regardless if they live in the community for over, for decades or had just moved here, it felt like the rug was pulled out from under them, with the consequence that for many felt like it was going to be potentially life-changing. What the acquisition process asked Sage Mesa Sage Mesa water system residents to consider was very complex, and what the citizens are still navigating, and today and into the foreseeable future, will likely be just as complex and significant. So, of course, we're going to honor the outcome. It was clear what citizens wanted to do, and I think the citizens are looking to hold the province accountable for their role. So we, as the board, will respect that. I just wanted to add a final comment that just before the referendum, a citizen emailed me and then 350 of my neighbors a letter with a criticism that I had become a representative of the regional district to the citizens rather than a representative of the citizens to the regional district. And I thought that was a valid point to scrutinize. Like all of us here, we're all elected into a system operating on a board of 20 people, governed by Local Government Act and the Community Charter, and we don't have any authority to compel the province. And what I saw consistently over the last 18 months with this was support from this board to push against those constraints for the citizens. And we weren't successful at getting any of that pre-referendum funding that we were going for. I just wanted to share that it wasn't a lack of the board's effort or a lack of commitment to our constituents. It's just simply the reality of working within a system of a local government. So that being said, I just wanted to also share that Sage Mesa water ratepayers are still regional district citizens, and this local government is here to serve and to help where we can. At Silga last weekend, I was able to address Minister Neal, who's from Walrus, Minister Osborne from Health, and Minister Anderson about the escalating costs of replacing infrastructure and meeting ever-increasing regulatory oversight. And that exceptional challenge faced when we've got communities with really small populations. So according to those ministers, there is a cross-ministry conversation happening with Health, Walrus, Finance, and Housing around some policy and taking a look at this issue. So I would like to discuss that at a future board meeting with the board and perhaps put something together for UBCM. But I just wanted to share those thoughts and thank the citizens and of course this board and the staff. I think there was a lot of effort put into it, and yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you, Director Gettens. Any further discussion, Director Bush?
Yeah, so just for information, when a referendum like this is turned down, does that mean that we all pay for it now, not just Sage Mesa?
I'll go to the CAO, but no, it's still operated by the province and the group that had to.
I just mean the cost of the referendum.
The cost of the referendum, I'll ask the CAO.
It's part of one of our governance requirements, so I don't see the taxpayers paying for that. The taxpayers of Sage Mesa, but the taxpayers of all regional districts would be paying for that.
Right. Okay. So I just wanted, that's why I voted against it in the first place, but yeah, so just for future references.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any. We've got the motion on the floor. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Bring that down to CAO reports. Over to the CAO.
Thank you. So I do have a few things. In an effort to continue recognizing staff success, I want to introduce to you Danielle. Please stand up. Danielle is our new disaster risk planning assistant. On Tuesday, April 28th, Danielle successfully defended her master's thesis entitled Adaptive Reuse of Aging Population in Shrinking Cities. With this accomplishment, Danielle has officially earned the degree of Masters of Urban and Regional Planning from Queen's University. So, thank you, Danielle. I promised her she wouldn't speak, and promise kept. She's anxious to get back to her new job. So, So with that, I want Matt, if you could come up here, just very quickly, we're going to discuss the strategic action work plan amendments. Matt, please.
Good morning. So briefly, provide another update, kind of the progress where we're at, a few other additional actions, and a few changes to the work plan that we're proposing today. So currently we're 35% through the year. For actions ending at the end of the year, we are at about 23%. So we're trending in the right direction. Again, some of those projects may not start until a little bit later in the year. Many of them are underway. We're tracking 180 active projects, 3 additional projects contingent on funding, grants, or other approvals. There are 12 actions marked complete right now, so we're heading in the right direction. The 3 recently completed projects are Similkameen Recreation, upgrades to the main entrance for accessibility through the entrance doors. That was led by the recreation team. Voyant alert setup, onboarding, and support for the Kaleden Irrigation District and the Headley Improvement District. That was led by Communications. And Twin Lakes Road access for Fire Smart program led by Parks. Today we've got a report to you presenting 2 proposed amendments to the actions work plan. This follows staff review, progress, resourcing, and implementation considerations considered to the KVR deactivation discussions that were previously held in closed meeting. That information is now out, and the proposed amendments involve expanding the regional trails assessment to a region-wide scope and deferring Similkameen trail segment, resulting in a net reallocation of 106 staff hours. The adjustments support a shift in staff effort towards regionally focused work, maintaining alignment with approved capacity funding and the organization's strategic priorities. If there's any questions on the specifics of the report, I do have Mr. Shuttleworth that can provide some clarification.
Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you, and I do understand when we're talking about the Similkameen part of the trail. Just wanted to clarify again that we're going to be at least making continued movement, but at least making it accessible. Thank you.
I'm seeing a nodding of the head there. So, Suzanne, any questions or discussion on this? There is a motion that is needed with this as well, I believe. Someone prepared to move it? Moved. Thank you. Seconded. It's on the floor. Discussion, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, would this start blue skying some numbers in terms of what annual maintenance costs and capital budget costs might be for the whole trail system?
Ooh. Oh, over to staff. Big question.
Yes, that is the intent, is to take a look at the assets and linear corridors and come up with a plan, hopefully in time for budget this year.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Not seeing any hands. Again, corporate, we'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Back to the CAO. Or
The next section is on the board action plans, and Mr. Hatch is here to give an update.
So very briefly, not a lot of information in this report though, but we are tracking 6 items. They're listed in the report here, and they all are currently marked in progress, but I do know today you did receive an update about the Headley Museum. So probably be marking that complete, but if there's any questions, happy to take them.
okay. Any questions, comments? Not seeing any, so thank you for that, Matt. And that was for information, so we can, anything further, CAO?
Nothing further.
Move on to the other business, Chair's report. I would just mention the fact that there was a decent turnout at Silga. I've seen quite a few of you there. I believe our 2 motions were approved there as far as I'm aware. I missed the one, so we're approved. Perfect. Everyone that was at Silga was approved. Oh, okay. That's unusual. Okay. I don't think there was anything else to report at this time. Director's motions. Somebody had, Director Monteith had approached. Was a director's
yeah.
motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to waive the tipping fees for the Cleveland Volunteer Fire Department for their annual garage sale, which is happening this weekend, which means I need a motion to address it immediately today.
I'll make a motion. Okay, so moved, seconded to deal with that today. So on that specifically, that's the dealing of it with it today. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed?
No, not me. No.
I was gonna say. You're voting against that? That carries.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the motion just a little bit more. So this morning, the Cleveland Volunteer Fire Department was on the radio, and they praised not only their area director, myself, but also our CAO for all the support that the board gets, or the Volunteer Fire Department gets. So they appreciate what we do, and this is a big fundraiser for them. So thank you for supporting it.
Okay, so we need to deal with the motion of tipping. You moved that. Is there a seconder for it? It's seconded. And I'll just check that Ms. Batten has the on the screen already. Oh gosh, you're way ahead of me. So to waive the tipping fees for the annual Cleveland Fire Department yard sale. Any discussion on that? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Any other director's motions? Director Taylor.
I'd just like to provide notice of motion today for voting in the fullness of time. I don't know if I need to read these out or you can see them, but the report we have recently indicated that a number of our parks are incorrectly classified as being regional, when in fact they are local. And there is a significant difference. A regional park is actually paid for by every resident in the region, whereas a local park is paid for just by the residents in that area. So,
okay, so this is to
straight
deal with the clarification of the
and
parks
there
in the
were,
future.
you know, there are other parks down at the bottom there that are listed, and people may want to see that those parks are correctly classified as well.
Okay, so this is just a notice of motion at this time. You had a question, Director Monteith?
Yeah, thanks, Director Taylor. I wish I'd have seen this before. I would actually like to see maybe a friendly amendment that other regional parks that are in other electoral areas be considered as well as being readdressed, because electoral area I has had some as well.
Okay, so there's no motion on the floor. That
I'm just saying.
Could be part of it, and maybe it's something we can discuss. This is just a notice of motion. All right. Any other director's motions? Not seeing any. We move on to board members' verbal updates. So quickly, Director Coyne had the hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, I was a panelist on the BC Achievement Awards, where we got to go through nominations from across the province for the BC Achievement Award. And yesterday we gave those out at the Government House in Victoria. And I'm happy to say that two Penticton Indian Band members, Jackie McPherson and Haley Regan, were recipients of that award. And it was a pretty amazing day. So just congratulations to both of them and all the recipients. Next year, I hope to see more nominations from the region. And I also want to thank Director Gilbert and Director Bloomfield for putting their names forward at Silga, and Director Rodrigo, who also did. And congratulations to Rodrigo. Great showing from Silga, or from the RDOS again at Silga, as always. keep up the good work, guys.
Okay. Director Monteith.
All right, so going to give a plug for the Kalita Volunteer Fire Department garage sale. So it's a big thing in the community. So bring cash this Saturday from 8 a.m. to noon. Lots of stuff. So yeah, lots of treasures there. So please come visit.
Okay. Director Roberts and then McCordoff.
Thank you. I'd like to say that was a great turnout yesterday, and thank you to the Upper Similkameen Indian Band in Princeton and all the local emergency services that attended the emergency preparedness event in Headley. We had BCEHS there, we had search and rescue, RDOS, we had fire departments from Princeton, Eris, Karamias, Headley, Pineview, and they had all kinds of things for kids to play, and the RCMP were there handing out goodies as well. I did try to ask them for a taser, but it didn't work. But it was an amazing event, and looking forward to, I believe they're looking at May 5th next year, if it can happen there. Again, they did an amazing job, and it was a great event, very successful.
Okay, thanks for that. Director McCordoff.
Yes, thank you. The Okanagan Basin Water Board has a Make Water Work project, and the launch of the next Make Water Work project for 2026 is happening in Osoyoos. It's on May the 20th, which is a Wednesday, so it's the day before our next RDOS meeting, which is why I'm bringing it up. Really important that we look at issues, drought issues, water issues in the entire Okanagan and Similkameen. And it's happening at the little park right beside Town Hall from 10:30 until 12. You are all invited to come if you'd like to. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Director Federico.
Yes, thank you. I just want to give a thank you and a job well done to the Naramata Slow team for hosting our Cheetah Slow International Committee. So it was the first time that the committee meeting was held in North America. And so we had delegates that were in our community from Italy and Turkey. Some of them had not been to North America before, so it was exciting to welcome them to our community. And we had other Cheetah Slows from Quebec and Cowichan Bay. And we were able to welcome a new community to the Cheetah Slow family from Turkey, and there were delegates that were here as well. So an amazing couple of days, and a bit longer for those that had come through, and our Naramata Slow folks and others in the community rolled out the red carpet and just did an amazing job. So thank you to them.
Okay. Director Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to flag that as our incorporation process winds its way along, we had our open house on the 23rd, which I believe was after our last board meeting. Reasonable attendance, interesting session. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thanks for that. Any further updates from communities? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, just like to advise the board that the BC Manufactured Home Builders Association just had a conference here, and in that we had an update on our efforts to the BC modular efforts to bring a standardization for modular units that are compliant with BC Building Code, and that is gaining quite some traction, and there is actually a pilot project going to be built in Burnaby. The National Research Council of Canada has got involved. They want to see us an improvement to the modular housing industry and the methods and the systems. And there's generally a lot of interest. Build Canada were there as well. So a lot of interest in modular housing. This is an infill redevelopment kind of model. And so if there's anybody interested in maybe modular solutions for infill redevelopment or development, then let me know. Tell you where to go and find some more information.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other verbal updates from your communities? Seeing no hands there, we move on to the closed session. That in accordance with section 91C E and 92B of the Community Charter, the board close the meeting to the public on the basis of labor relations or other employee relations, and the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality, and the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the regional district and a provincial government, or the federal government, or both, or between the provincial government or the federal government, or both, and a third party, between the regional district and another local government, or between another local government and a third party, or between the regional district and a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous entity, or between a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous entity and a third party. So on those basis, it's looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. Now that we're out of closed, it can stay open. Yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Okay, we'll call the meeting to order at 11:53. Motion to adopt the agenda, please. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Motion to accept the minutes from our April 16th meeting. First and second, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And then moving on to our delegation from the Okanagan Regional Library Board, I will refer to our CAO.
And I will wait for the delegation to walk in.
She was just picking her stuff up or something.
Well, while we're waiting, Danielle Hubbard from the Okanagan Regional Library is here to present an overview and project update.
We're just going to press your mic, but we are good to go.
All right, official good morning. Now, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I had already been announced, so I didn't want to keep you waiting. Thank you so much for making time for me. I can tell you're having a busy morning. I don't know what it's about, but I hope you get through it. So I am here to provide what I hope will be a pleasant interlude in your day to talk about the Okanagan Regional Library. I'm well aware of the fact that many of you have heard a version of this presentation already because I've been visiting our southern branches and all of our branches. So my apologies if some of this is an overlap, but I'll try to put a little bit of a different spin on it just so you don't feel like you're hearing exactly the same thing multiple times. So this is who I am. I'm Danielle Hubbard, the CEO of the Okanagan Regional Library. I've now been in this role for getting close to 4 years. So I'm enjoying these council presentations a lot more as time goes by because I recognize faces around the table and it's less intimidating than it was. So this is broadly the theme of today's presentation, is the library's role in the community as an economic contributor. So it's a fairly broad theme because really my main goal is just to get out and update all of you as elected officials on what services we provide as a library and how things are going, and give you an opportunity to ask me questions. But that's roughly what we'll be talking about. And as probably you're all aware, we have 9 branches of the ORL here in the RDOS. So alphabetically, that's Headley, Caledon, Karamias, Naramata, OK Falls, Oliver, Osoyoos, Princeton, and Summerland. So actually, of the 4 regional districts that the ORL provides service to, the Okanagan-Similkameen has the highest number of branches in unincorporated areas. So my interlude of sort of apologizing for an overlap of information was maybe less needed at this table than at the other regional district tables. Oops, there we go. So the first point that I try to work into every time I come and speak with council is that, again, we are a regional library. So we provide service to 4 regional districts. We have 30 branches. And with that structure comes a consolidation of resources. So this is a picture here of our central admin center in the outskirts of Kelowna, where our collection comes in and gets processed and allocated out to all of our branches. And I think one of the benefits of that model is that we're really able to support our more rural communities as well with more material than we could fit in, say, the Headley branch. All right. So one of the areas where public libraries are increasingly directly contributing to the economy is through job readiness and helping folks apply for jobs. So resume formatting, printing, submitting is something that I would say some folks are finding more and more challenging as the world becomes more and more digital. So it's no longer the case that you print off a resume and just walk around the block and distribute it to potential employers. Now, most potential employers, you need to submit online in one format or another, and our staff are helping people with that, I would say, on a daily basis when we're open. This is a picture of our West Kelowna branch, just because it's one of our newer branches, but we have public internet computers at all of our locations. So there's some stats up here that are system-wide, but then I also have some stats in front of me that are specific to the RDOS, so I'll quickly whip through those too. But system-wide, in 2025, the ORL averaged almost 4,000 programs a day, which, considering we have 30 branches and some of them are not even open 5 days a week, that means our staff are running a lot of public programming and more than one program a day in many cases. On an average, we ran 35 programs per day. And 680 people on average attended a program at a branch of the ORL every day last year. Some of the stats for RDOS specifically. So this is what we call people count, is the number of people in through the doors of our branches. In 2025, the 9 RDOS branches saw, sorry, sometimes I have trouble fluently reading really long numbers without fumbling, so my apologies if I do that. 210,109 folks in through the doors of RDOS branches last year. Yeah, which was an increase of 2% from the year before. So that's pretty cool. Here in the RDOS, we offered 2,588 programs, which was a 6.4% increase. And the total program attendance was 37,500, which actually was a 26.9% increase. So somewhat more programs offered, but obviously hitting the mark on what each of our communities was looking for, seeing what that attendance was. So another area that we provide service to our communities is a place that people can do work. So it's great that our staff can help people apply for jobs, but there are also an increasing number of folks who live somewhere in the Okanagan Similkameen's, but maybe they don't have an office that they go to every day. They either work from home, or they're traveling a lot, or they're on the road. And so actually this afternoon, right after meeting with you, I'm going to the Summerland branch, which is shown on this screen, and taking a call from the room that is shown on that screen. So this timing was perfect. But we see that that happens in all of our branches, including our really little branches that don't necessarily have separate meeting rooms. Folks still come in and do work from that space, especially if they're on the road or their housing is a little precarious. Technology continues to be complicated, very vital to our society, but getting more and more complicated. So again, we have computers, open Wi-Fi in all of our locations, and our staff help people on a daily basis with online forms. So especially during tax season, which we're kind of grinding our way out of right now, several of our branches actually offer tax clinics where professional, people come in and will help our patrons for free in figuring out how to file their taxes. And we also offer, one example here from OK Falls specifically is a program called Tech Talk, which is a one-on-one sort of tutoring program where patrons can come in, they sign up for a time slot, they meet with a volunteer community member and get help with whatever their technological question may be. So I know different versions of that are offered all over the system, but I was just having a conversation with our Tessa in OK Falls about that recently, so I wanted to highlight it. And then, so an expanding area for us is also other languages. So it's still true that the majority of our material is in English, but of course our whole service area is becoming more and more diverse. So we also have a Silks language collection that lives in our West Kelowna branch. That's unusual for us. Most of our collection floats, it moves throughout our collection, but because that collection is then housed on West Bank First Nation land, that's where it comes back to when it's returned, but people can borrow it from anywhere in the collection. We also have a Ukrainian collection shown on the screen there. And this year we're actually investing in $40,000 investing into online resources in other languages. So those are mostly ebooks and e-audiobooks in languages other than English. And a number of our branches offer conversation groups to support newcomers who are learning English. So again, I'm going to Summerland right after this, so that's on my mind, but they have a program called the English Corner that meets weekly in Summerland, where folks can come and converse with each other and converse with a volunteer who supports them in practicing their conversational English. And then one of the areas that's really dear to me, because of course I'm the CEO of the ORL, so I'm the employer of all the awesome people who work at the ORL, is that in that way we contribute to our community's economies as well, that we provide employment. So we have over 330 staff. We say 330 plus here because there's always a little bit of movement of people retiring and recruiting new people. Most of our branches are unionized, although 3 of them are not. So it's like a complicated network of labor relations, but works really well. And it also provides the opportunity for our staff to work between locations. So we have many staff who just work in the one community they're in, and we also have many staff who choose to take on call shifts at other surrounding branches, which for us as an organization is of course also positive, because then there's like a cross-pollination of ideas between communities. And then ending on, well, not quite ending on, almost ending on a positive note is children's programming. So in July and August, we kick off Summer Reading Club, which is our all-time busiest time of year. So again, these are stats from 2025. We offered 7,602 Summer Reading Club programs. Oh, sorry, that was how many kids registered for Summer Reading Club. I saw some of you looking at me like, can you read your own slide? There were 650 programs that were specifically for Summer Reading Club, and almost 30,000 kids and family members attended those programs. So Summer Reading Club registration actually kicks off in mid-June, and then the bulk of those programs happen in July and August. We also run a lot of special programs over spring break across the system. And this summer, we're doing a new program called the Maker Tour. So we have a little team of staff with science and technology backgrounds who will be hitting the road and visiting each of our branches and delivering STEAM programming.
Ms. Howard, if I could just interrupt it for 1 second. Director Bush has a question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're good to wait?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I believe this next slide will be perfect for you. But actually, before I take the question, I just wanted to actually end on a high note, which is that the ORL is working on an agreement with the RDOS to be registered official heating and cooling centers at all 9 of our branches in the RDOS. So I'm not entirely sure if that's, reached the board or not today. So, but I just wanted to say that's a really exciting partnership for us because we're free, open public spaces, and we want to help the communities we support.
Thank you, Director
All
Bush.
right.
Thank you. So I'm from Kermis area, and I think a few years back, our library was cut back in hours or whatever funding of some, I think due to the per capita ratio or whatever. Has this been addressed at all? Like, because we all know that our libraries in rural areas are way more important per capita
Mhm.
than they are in the cities. And for various reasons, and cooling and heating would be one of them.
Mhm.
But has any of this been addressed, the rural community hours?
Yeah, so I can speak to that a bit. So what you're alluding to was before I worked at the ORL, but yeah, in 2012, the ORL did a financial allocation model analysis, or known as FAMA by many of our staff who don't like it. Because yeah, what that analysis, it was an analysis of what our revenue is from each of our communities, and then what our operational expenses are to each of our communities, and did sadly result in some hours being reduced at some branches. And yeah, I think Karameus was one of them. Last year, we did an analysis of usage of like which of our branches are the busiest per staffing contingent, and added some hours to our busiest branches. And I'm really sorry that I don't remember off the top of my head if Karameus was one of those locations or not. It wasn't. Okay. But so that was done. And then also with each official census that goes out, then when communities hit over a population threshold, then they get more hours. So I guess that's the best answer I have, that we still do operate with that. Now we call it the equity model instead of the financial allocation model analysis, because that's a bit of a mouthful. But yeah, the goal is to try to make it so that communities aren't subsidizing each other to a great degree. But it is a complicated tension on the ORL board, the dynamics between big urban centers and smaller rural centers, which I'm sure is the case at this table also.
Thank you, Director Federico, and then
Thank you, through the chair. Hello.
Hello.
We've spent much time together in the last few weeks. Can you speak a bit about programming and in terms of like the librarians' flexibility and kind of what they can do in their branches, and then what kind of oversight there is on that?
Yeah, that's good. Yes, Director Federico and I did a presentation at Silga together, and we're at an open house together last night for like 4 hours. So we spent a lot of time together. Yeah, so programming is one of our busiest areas of service. Like it's the area that's increasing year over year over year, and it's really managed by the branch level staff. So the supports that we provide centrally are that we as an organization manage quarterly program guides for each of our different areas. So that helps our staff promote the programs they're running. We have some specialized programs that work out of our admin center, like a head of youth services who coordinates a big program that comes around over the summer, or she'll provide some training or some mentorship if there's a new staff member in a community who's kind of struggling to figure out how to do story time, that kind of thing. But there's really a ton of autonomy at each branch. And the logic for that being that we have 30 branches over a huge wide area, and the staff who live and work in those communities really know what's going to hit the mark in their community better than I do, or better than someone working in Kelowna does. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Yes, follow up. Go ahead.
The second question that was asked last night, so just publicly, I think would be good to address. If Penticton's referendum is successful, and they come into our system, does that mean that our rural branches that are close by would then close?
Absolutely not. Yes, I was really sad actually that I heard from Joanne, who's our community librarian in Naramata, that a couple of people had come into the Naramata branch and said, if Penticton joins the ORL, will we close the Naramata branch? Which is absolutely not the case. Like the ORL, we have a number of big urban centers, but the majority of our branches are rural. And that's really important to me, that we continue to offer all those services. Yeah.
Thank you, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. And I just want to say, thanks for trying to, work with RDOS to bring in these cooling centers in the library. I just want to comment too, just on the post that was, I think, last week that you put out. I think was the importance of, looking at that model of funding. Is that libraries are not supposed to be business generating, places. They're spaces for people to gather, quietly be able to sit, and we don't have many spaces like that anymore. And you made a post about it about how people can go to a library, they don't have to be expected to do anything or sit there and be. And I think that's super important to highlight. It's great that we're putting cooling center with that as well. So that's one of the things for that.
Thank you.
Good comments, Director Holmes.
Yeah, just a comment on speaking of public meeting spaces, that the public meeting space in Summerland where you're about to go.
Yeah.
It's such a great venue for the community. It's very well used, and you might not be aware, but the very first public meeting ever held in that space was on, I think, December 1st, 2015, just after the library opened.
Yeah.
And it was a meeting I organized, and it was in the middle of the Syrian refugee crisis.
Okay.
And I called this meeting. It was packed. I'm sure still. It was. I don't think anybody. It's still the most people that ever been put in that room because it was before we even knew how many people were allowed.
Nice.
And out of that meeting, the community stepped up and sponsored 2 refugee families.
That's really, really wonderful. I love that. I did not know that story. The meeting room story actually that I always like telling was, I guess it's last year already at this point, but one time I had a meeting in Vernon and there was a wedding happening in the meeting room next to mine. So it was like a justice of the peace ceremony. I was like, oh, wow, okay, people are using our spaces for all sorts of purposes.
Thank you. And going to further questions, Director Parkwell?
Wasn't 2 librarians getting married there, no?
I didn't ask. It wasn't our staff. Yeah.
Anyhow, do you accept donations of books and collections of books and stuff? Yes.
Yes, so we do accept donations of books. We don't necessarily add to the collection every book that is donated, but our collection team at our headquarters building will evaluate books that are donated. So it will depend on, like, if we already have a lot of copies of that book, we won't add it, or if it's in poor physical shape, we won't add it. Sometimes if it's a really older book, we won't add it. But yeah, so we accept donations. Sometimes the books that are given to us, if they don't meet our collection standards, then we give them to our Friends of the Library groups, so volunteer groups that then offer annual book sales that help fund summer reading club programs or additional furnishings or perks for their local branch. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hubbard, for your time today and coming in for this presentation.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Perfect timing on our CAO walking back in as we move to C2. And I'm assuming this delegation is either here or online.
Online? Thank you.
And as we,
I believe, thank you. I don't know where I'm at.
as we bring them up, I will refer to the CAO.
So this is online, I believe, and it's in regards to the Ministry of Forest is here to make a presentation. Nina Siglock, Director of Strategic Initiatives, and Carrie Lee, the Forest Plans Senior Lead. And they should be coming up shortly.
I think I see Miss Lee online, but muted and no picture. Are we working on that, Adam? Miss Lee, can you hear us? Yeah, still muted and no picture.
When they didn't work, it was in a rush. Probably be doing a working lunch. Gosh.
Adam, do we have contact at all with Miss Lee?
There's no call.
Oh, I can't say. How did we get them on here? Oh.
Take a recess while we try to figure out the technology issues, and during recess, quick lunch. So let's, rather than set a time, let's just move it as quickly as we can. And with a thumbs up, please proceed.
Okay, awesome. Thanks very much. And yeah, sorry about that. Glad we were able to make it work. My name is David Lishman. I'm sitting in for Nina Siglock, who couldn't make it today, but I work for Ministry of Forests out of the Kamloops office. And I'll just let Carrie introduce herself and then we'll jump into it.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. I am a forest landscape planning team lead with the Ministry of Forests, and I am calling in from Vernon today.
Awesome. Thanks, Carrie. And hopefully everyone can see my screen. Hopefully that's working.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So yeah, big thanks to everyone for letting us come here and talk to you about forest landscape planning. Specifically the Timuk-Nashkin FLP that is throughout the Okanagan-Similkameen area. So we have a few slides. I know we only have 10 minutes, so we expect this could be the first of a few follow-ups if needed as well. So what is FLP? So FLPs are a long-term plan for how forests are managed across the landscape. They're developed in partnership with First Nations in the province with input from the public, tenure holders, and interested parties. Forest landscape plans guide decision-making for forest management and stewardship, and they provide the legal requirements for forest harvesting practices and other activities planned and carried out by licensees on the land base. The focus of forest landscape planning is healthy ecosystems, cultural values and knowledge, community and economic needs. The Timuk-Nashkin planning area includes lands within the RDOS, and you can see up on the screen, there's a map of the area. Most of the forest landscape plan is focused on the Nicola and Similkameen watersheds, with also some watersheds to the west. Forest management decisions in this area, oh, don't leave. Oh, sorry, it was trying to kick me out. Forest management decisions in this area influence watersheds, water quality, wildlife habitat, biodiversity and ecosystem health, recreation and access, local economies, and wildfire risk and landscape resilience. So BC has 5 legislated objectives that they need to meet while they develop a forest landscape plan. You can see them, they're up on this slide here. They're not in order, but it is to support the protection and conservation of the environment, manage values placed on forested ecosystems by Indigenous peoples, manage values placed on forest ecosystems by local communities, support the production and supply of timber within the FLP area, and prevent, mitigate, and adapt to impacts of significant disturbance to forest and forest health, including wildfire, insects, disease, and drought.
Okay, and so what we're up to right now with this project is we're currently in the public engagement phase of this FLP. There's 5 phases of FLP: pre-planning, values, ID and assessment, plan development, plan establishment, and implementation and monitoring. So we're just getting into the public engagement, and this is part of our public engagement today, presenting to you. We're asking residents and forest users how they use local forests, what values matters most to them, and what concerns should help us inform the plan. There are 2 main ways for people to participate. There's an online survey and a series of open houses. Here's a list of the open houses that are coming up. There's one on May 25th in Karamias, Penticton, also within the region, Merritt, Coldstream, Kamloops, Ashcroft, and a virtual session on June 15th. And the timing of those are in the evening from 6 to 8. These are informal drop-in events, and people can learn more, share their input, and actually complete the survey on the evening of the open house by going online. How RDOS can help us out. We're asking you to help us share the open house info with any of your networks that you have, share the online survey with residents, help increase awareness and participation, and specifically sharing the open house details. For example, this could be done through your website, social media, or newsletters. We can provide ready to share materials, links, and messaging to make that easy for you. Here's the QR code for the survey, and the website is there, planningpartnerships.ca. And then we also have an email at the bottom there that you can send us any emails for more information.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Carrie. And maybe I'll just add, the public survey is going live on May 11th and will be live for 60 days. And so to kind of give us a bit of opening before the open houses, and then for after the open houses as well. So that's all we had for now, but are there any questions?
I do see a couple hands already. I'm going to start with Director Coyne.
Not so much a question. I'm already somewhat involved in this through other means, but I think it's really important for everybody to check out the link and possibly, please put input into the survey. This is a long-term planning process. The minister refers to it as the OCP for our forest. This is going to dictate what forestry and our watersheds are going to look like for the next 20 years. So please be involved in this, because this is going to lay out the groundwork for everything. So share it, and if you're within the Similkameen watershed, please participate.
Thank you. And Director Roberts with a question.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you very much for your presentation. This is really close and dear to my heart. It's part of the first developments in regional and area G in the Similkameen was to do an OCP, which water was our #1 concern. I've been trying to encourage a kind of again, so you know, there's no zoning in area G other than some private pieces. And I wanted to start in resource land on Crown land to have a zoning kind of process that works out from watersheds, water courses, water basins, and wetlands to be able to create a structure around rather than the community that doesn't want to be overregulated on certain things, but their big concern was about water. And it sounds like a lot of what you're doing here, because I was looking at being able to do something that I could tie to my OCP, have us a place at the table. And in discussions with planning, you know, when I asked about all the watersheds and areas that we could look at in Area G, they said the only one I could deal that was considered a watershed was actually Olalla, because it fit under the Forest and Range Practices Act. And of course, I know that I've got watersheds galore, because again, it's all part of the Similkameen. Can you help me on that a little bit? Like, it looks like what you're doing is something that I can just kind of like back off a little bit and kind of see where you're going and kind of like ride on your coattails. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be great to have a follow-up discussion as well, just to understand a bit more on our end. But water and watershed health are probably the two main two of the main concerns and priorities of working through FLP, just because of what we've heard and obviously with all the concerns and issues we've had in the past. So it's going to be a big focus of the FLP, and so it would be great to connect after this to dive into it a bit more, to kind of get more detail on what you're thinking there.
Good, Director Roberts. Thank you, and Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could describe the decision-making or governance structure for approval of these?
For the forest landscape plans, they are established by the Chief Forester of the Ministry of Forests, and so it's a collaborative development of the plan with that establishment coming from the Chief Forester.
Director Monteith, and then Coyne again. Oh, sorry, Director Coyne. Director Monteith, are you okay with this being a follow-up from that previous?
It's not really follow-up. So it's a joint thing. Once it's decided upon and it's approved, then it goes to an order in council and it's approved through as an order in council. That's why it's so important that you participate, is because once it goes through as an order in council, it becomes law, and it stays in place. To change it is also an order in council to change it.
Yeah. And maybe I'll
Thank
just
you.
add, you did say earlier it was for 20 years. It is for 10 years. The forest landscape plans are enacted for 10 years, with every 5 years reporting on how we're doing in meeting the outcomes within the plan.
Thank you again for the additional clarity. Director Monteith.
I have a threefold question. Thank you for the opportunity. So, in your presentation, you mentioned online. Did I hear that there was going to be an online presentation?
An online survey?
Sorry, so there's no online opportunity at all for people to see the presentation?
Not this presentation, no.
But
So-
there will be a online virtual, a virtual open house that we'll be doing.
Oh, sorry. When will that be?
That is June 15th.
Yeah.
Let me just triple check that for you right now. Yes, June 15th. And we can provide links as well on May 11th. There's gonna be a bit of an information note put out by the province that will provide links to all the open houses and the surveys and stuff like that could be helpful to pass on to folks.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so will the presentation to the community be more in depth than what we saw today?
Yes, there will be more information for sure. Just due to the 10 minutes, we couldn't put a lot into this, right? So there'll be a lot more information included at the open houses.
Thank you. And sorry, just another follow-up. Will visual qualities around intensive recreation areas be considered in this process?
It is one of the ministry's values to be looked at through forest landscape planning, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Director Bush.
Yeah, so in the Similkameen watershed, we've had like 2 major fires, something like 80,000 hectares. Is this being replanted now?
So that's probably something a bit more site specific that I wouldn't be the best person to speak to. It would be great if we could get your or connect after this, and we could connect you with the district, the Cascades district, as they're kind of responsible for, or they would have the knowledge to answer that in more detail.
I could just add to that, Lower Similkameen Indian Man is doing a lot of recovery work within their fires in their traditional territories.
Yes, but they don't cover all the territories that the fire was in. I mean, a lot of crown land, but I guess they're working crown land too, but they're one small little operation and we need major replanting program. There's a lot of areas that are really disturbed for flooding and whatnot, dangers.
Mm-hmm. And after fires, there are restoration plans that are put together. It's just the forest landscape planning work that Carrie and I do is more of like a landscape higher level discussions. And so I'd love to bring in someone who's actually kind of focused on that to be able to answer those questions, because replanting is sometimes the responsibility of the licensees that were in there, sometimes the responsibility of the province, and sometimes others. So it's hard to kind of speak to, but it does happen, or it is happening. I just don't know to the extent and where at this time. So
Thank you. Director Barkwell.
Thank you, Chair. Is there an existing tree farm or a forest landscape plan that would be a starting point to look at and talk about whether it's, meeting the needs?
In this area or throughout the province?
In this area.
So forest licensees currently operate under what's called a forest stewardship plan, which is a bit different than a forest landscape plan. So forest landscape plans are new to the province, new to this area. There was 4 pilots throughout the province that have been going on for a few years now that we're hoping to have finished up soon. But there are no existing forest landscape plans within this area. This will be the first one.
Follow up, Director Barkwell.
Thank you. So will this replace the forest stewardship plan, and is that stewardship plan online so that concerned people could look at it and see what is planned?
For sure, yeah. So the forest landscape plan will replace forest stewardship plans, and each licensee and BC Timber Sales currently has a forest stewardship plan. So they are all available, I believe, on all the websites if you Google them. They don't speak really to where harvesting will happen, but will speak to how harvesting will happen, and what kind of standards and strategies will be used to harvest. But yes, they will be replaced to this one overarching plan.
So I think, as being said before, there's no forestry activity that isn't really a watershed concern. And there seems to be tree farm licenses, woodlot licenses, community forests. How does all that fit together? And if we wanted to gain control of our watershed, is a community forest a possibility, or do you have to? And how long is a tree farm license for?
So yeah, as you said, there's a number of different tenures that exist on the land base, and the nice thing about forest landscape planning is that it brings all those tenures under the one forest landscape plan instead of having multiple forest stewardship plans throughout the area. For setting up a community forest, that would definitely be, again, something it would be great to kind of talk and bring some other people in. I'm not too sure on the process to do that, but that obviously is a way for a community to have the tenure to operate and harvest in a certain area.
Thank you. Mr. Leishman, Ms. Lee, thank you very much for your presentation today. We're looking forward to hearing how the open houses go and what next steps are after the public engagement.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You
Great.
too.
Thank you.
No further business. I would ask for a motion to adjourn. Seconded. All in favor? Raise it. Back to Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you, Director Watt. We will reconvene, I think, the in-camera portion, so I'm going to ask Adam to get us back into that. Okay, we're back in open session here. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved. Seconder, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned, and I'll give 5 minutes and we'll start the Committee of Electoral Area Directors meeting. So straight. Adam, is the delegation still online? Okay. If you could start to invite them in, that'll maybe speed up the process. And for the EA Services Committee, we will call it to order and ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Oh boy, we're close on numbers here. I gotta wait. 5 electoral area directors? Oh yeah, 5. We're enough. Good enough. The motion carries. And then we've got the minutes from the last meeting. Move to adopt those. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Those are carried. That brings us to the delegation, and I'm seeing them online. And first, accept our apologies for making you folks wait. Our unpredictability in our meetings today was a little bit outside of our control. So we're here and pleased to have you here, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Great. Is Molly my colleague there? I don't see her online.
I believe she is. And we're hearing both, yes. So go ahead.
I believe that we were going to be introduced by Justin, or should I just get started with our PowerPoint?
Justin just made it here, so we'll start with him.
Great.
Thank you. Yes, so on the screen is Molly and Andrew from the Municipal Protected Areas Program. We had presented in January, staff had presented to the board as a whole about their program to see if the board had interest in us doing a deeper dive and working with these folks to see what lands might be eligible and coming back to the board. I think there was a little bit of confusion about the program. The board hit pause on it. They're here today to present a more detailed presentation on their program and answer any questions.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So I'll just share my presentation here. Okay. So thanks for having us. My name's Molly. I'm the project lead for the Municipal Protected Areas Program, and my colleague Andrew is also here to help answer some questions for you all. Just to get us started off, BC Nature is based out of North Vancouver, which is on the territories of the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. However, our work spans the entire province, so we just want to acknowledge that we're presenting to you all today on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Syilx people in the Okanagan Nation. For anyone who's not familiar with what BC Nature is, it is a federation of local nature clubs, It's been in operation since 1969, and we represent 64 local clubs across the province. It is our mission to know nature and keep it worth knowing. And in order to fulfill this mission, we have 2 funded programs, one of which is the Municipal Protected Areas Program, which I'm going to be talking about today. But I also want to mention we have another program called the Key Biodiversity Areas Program, which identifies and designates areas of biodiversity significance in Canada. In your area, there is actually a key biodiversity area around the Trout Creek Ecological Reserve due to rare plant species. So back to the Municipal Protected Areas Program, this was developed to support Canada's commitment to protect 30% of lands and waters by 2030, also known as the 30 by 30 commitment. This commitment was made back in 2022 at the UN Conference for Biodiversity in Montreal. At that time, 196 other countries also signed on to this commitment, as well as a framework of other commitments that protect nature globally. So that is why this program exists. British Columbia also has a 30 by 30 goal provincially. And in order to keep track of how well Canada is doing to progress towards this goal, there's something called the Canadian Protected and Conserved Areas Database. That's a federal database, and it was created to keep track of all the protected land in Canada. So for the most part, things like national parks, provincial parks, and various other conservation lands are registered in this database. However, the federal government recognized that local government-owned protected land, such as regional and municipal parks, are not being represented and captured in this database. This is primarily due to capacity and time constraints. Local governments don't have time to go through and assess their land and go through with the registration process. So this program was developed to fill that gap, and it is our role to support local governments to do this assessment and registration process to ensure that their parkland is getting represented in the database. There's various different partners delivering this program across Canada, and our lead organization is Nature Canada. BC Nature is focusing on supporting local governments in BC. So as of 2025, 14% of Canada's terrestrial area and 15.5% of marine area is protected. So still a ways to go towards 30%. In British Columbia, 20% of the land base is protected, so doing a little bit better in terms of reaching that goal. This is a map of the regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen, and all those green areas are areas that are currently registered in the database. So these are primarily provincial parks, wildlife habitat management areas, ecological reserves, there's some federal wildlife areas. There's also private conservation land owned by the Nature Trust of BC and Nature Conservancy of Canada and various others. We also recently worked with the District of Summerland and registered their municipal parks in the database. Just wanted to show you that bit of context. So which lands qualify for registration in this database? First off, I just want to clarify that registering parks in this database does not infer any land use restrictions. You will continue to operate and manage the parks the same way you have always been doing. But we will only register areas that already meet the following criteria. That's a bit of a key point. So the 4 criteria are 1, clearly defined boundaries. 2, they need to be achieving conservation of biodiversity. So we are not interested in registering parks that are just sports fields or very landscaped or like a small playground. We are looking for natural parks that include forest, grassland, shrubland, riparian areas, or wetlands, for example. Third, actions that are incompatible with biodiversity protection are prohibited. So typically we're looking at park regulation bylaws that apply to regional parks and prohibit actions such as littering, polluting, disturbing wildlife, unauthorized fires, and things like that. We also will look at zoning because that will prohibit certain activities and certain structures from being built on these areas. So just all the RDOS parks that I've identified as looking eligible for registration are zoned as park. Just wanted to mention that. Fourth, the areas need to be intended to be protected ideally in perpetuity or for the long term. So a lot of the areas we end up registering are either unsuitable for development or the zoning would be difficult to change, and there's very little chance that these areas will be anything other than a park in the future. However, if park use does change dramatically in the future, and it's no longer conserving biodiversity, for example, if more than 25% of the registered park gets converted to, say, a sports field or a parking lot, then we would recommend it be delisted from the database. And there is a process for that, but that is something that we want to avoid happening. So what does BC Nature do for you? Essentially, we take that capacity constraint and we're trying to reduce the barriers for local governments to participate in this program by just doing the assessment of your lands. We're going to be filling out a long bureaucratic form that is going to explain how your parks meet this criteria. And then we're going to be submitting these sites to the database on your behalf. We also would be engaging with local nature clubs in your region, like the South Okanagan Naturalist Club is one in your area that we're connected with. And we would gather biodiversity data about your parks, and we would generate excitement about the conservation of these areas, and we would provide all that biodiversity data to you as well. So what are some of the benefits to participating in this? First and foremost, you would be contributing to not only national but also global commitments to protect biodiversity. Biodiversity, as we all know, is declining at unprecedented rates worldwide. So this would be an opportunity for your government to contribute to protecting biodiversity. Secondly, it will validate some of your conservation policies and approaches that are in some of your strategic documents. For example, the RDOS has a Parks, Trails, and Rec 10-year plan made in 2023, which states a target for 30% of the region's terrestrial area to be protected by 2030 through national, provincial, regional, or private land. So that is the exact type of goal that this work supports. It can also kind of raise the local government's profile. We find that a lot of other neighboring governments tend to want to participate once the ball has been rolling with other groups participating. So for example, the Central Okanagan Regional District submitted a lot of their parkland recently to the database. And then we've had more interest with municipalities in the Okanagan as well. And then finally, we would foster some collaboration between the local governments and the conservation groups that we're connected to as well. So I have done an initial assessment of RDOS parks, and I've identified these 6 parks that look like good candidates for registration. It would be a total of 150 hectares. The letters at the end of the name of the park are the electoral areas that they belong to. And we were actually lucky enough to do some outreach and visit the region recently, and I visited Lions Park, where I took this photo, and that is a really nice little park that would be a great candidate for this project. So I think I'll just briefly go through the 6 parks here and just show you the green area surrounding the park is already registered in the database. So the green area is owned by the Nature Trust of BC. And this park here would be a nice little addition that would create some connectivity to those other protected areas. So that's why it would be a good candidate. Rock Ovens Park would be a really nice candidate as well. And there are quite a bit of protected areas owned by NTBC and the BC Parks Foundation in the surrounding area as well. Narromata Creek also has those green areas that are already registered, owned by NTBC adjacent to it, and it'd be some nice riparian habitat. Stout Park is just very nice, well-forested area that looks suitable. Lions Park, as I mentioned, although it is a bit more like landscaped and a little bit more human use happening here, it also has the really nice wetland feature, and the foreshore is quite a healthy little ecosystem along there. And it's also just north of the Vaso Lake Migratory Bird Sanctuary, which was registered by the Canadian Wildlife Service in the database. And then Bonin Park is also a candidate. It has some nice grassland habitat. And then finally, here's just a little sample of some of the other local governments that we've worked with recently to register some lands, and our work is ongoing, and we're having lots of success in the Okanagan recently. So yes, we're just looking forward to answering any questions you may have about participation. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. I seen a tentative hand. I'm thinking she still wants to ask a question. Director Monteith, start with you.
Thank you. So I actually have a few. Thank you for the presentation. Lions Park in Okanagan Falls, specifically thinking that one, it's quite a developed park with like grass and like, how does entering into this impact land management of a community park?
Yeah, like that is one that I did visit because I was wondering about that myself when I saw sort of those developed areas. But because the wetland habitat is really supporting biodiversity, and then the foreshore area is really supporting biodiversity, it's still meeting the overall goal of conserving biodiversity, even though there are some like mowed areas. And there's also quite a bit of like native plantings and pollinator gardens and things that's been happening there. So there wouldn't need to be any change in the land use or management whatsoever. That park is already meeting the criteria. So long as it's not intended to say like remove the wetland or maybe clearing some of the native plants off the foreshore, those would be factors, I guess, to consider. But for the most part, it already meets the criteria as it is.
Okay, is there a follow-up to that, Director Monteith?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking to the area director on this one because I'm a bit concerned about adding the entire park just as a red flag. Anyways, I don't know if you want to follow up, but I have another question. So the McIntyre Bluff area, is that the park that's got the easement for the regional district to get to utilities? Was there not an easement there?
I don't believe there is an easement. It's wildly inaccessible piece of cliff and an island in the middle of the river.
Okay.
I believe it was a grant in kind from Fortis in the 70s is how we acquired that, if I recall.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna leave, that's it for now. Thanks. So.
All right. Any other questions, or I'll start with Director Gettins and then Coyne.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, Chair, from the staff, if information would come to the Parks Committees?
Go to staff.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe a few comments in terms of anticipated process. Staff were contacted by the folks from the MPAP, or MPAP as we've been calling it, with the letter to the board, which was presented to the board in January. And the board's resolution was declining participation, but it did refer the contemplation on possible involvement to the Electoral Area Services Committee. So that's why we're here. And of course, the folks kindly have presented with their recommendations. At this stage, in terms of priorities and resource allocation for review of possible sites to be included, staff have not had those marching orders, so to speak. But the commission, the EASC, should they wish, may provide that guidance if they are interested in participating or having a staff analysis happen. We will certainly do that, weighing all the pros and cons. Each site will bring its own merits on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Director Coyne and then Fedrigo.
Wrong button there. Yeah, one NREH that I think would fit right into this one that you missed would be the Cowpad Park. It's on the KVR. There's absolutely no development there, so it's all natural grasslands.
That I did actually have that one on the list originally, and I went back and forth on it. And I wanted to, if there's a decision to proceed, I wanted to discuss that one with staff and ask, because from what I could gather of it, I wasn't sure what the biodiversity value was, but I thought it did look like a strong candidate, but it was more of a maybe. So it would be great to get internal feedback on that particular park.
The other question I have was, if this was to happen, when you use the example of Stout Park, where that forest is very badly infested with tussock moth, and the majority of the fir trees are dying or already dead. Can there still be fire mitigation and things like that go on? Because that interfaces right down with the community at Allison Lake there.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, fire mitigation is not a problem. These are municipal parks that are close to communities, so that is expected to be a part of the park management. We would just assume that you would follow your guidelines for doing that and doing it in a good way, and we leave that to the municipalities to manage.
And also, if fire mitigation measures are taken properly, they also enhance biodiversity. Usually, they usually take out bad forests and make them better for biodiversity.
Okay, Director Federico and then Roberts.
Thank you, the chair. I'm okay with Narramatic Creek Park. I think that makes good sense. Question for our staff on Rock Ovens. Is that not considered provincial land, and do we have jurisdiction to put this on there?
We are the owners of Rock Ovens.
Okay, Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. Lands that are from Nature's Trust or Southern Interior Nature's Trust, or are those lands that you incorporate? So for instance, so there's a lot of places in our neck of the woods, we don't have a park service, but we've got a lot of these trust pieces. You know, we've got an area above Olalla. We got a Cold Creek off of Highway 3 across from the Ashenola. You know, you've got things like Ginty's Pond and other areas that are protected. Are these things that go into those values, or like Ducks Unlimited land? You know, I don't know, one of the ranches I worked on, there's a good chunk of the property that's protected by Ducks Unlimited. So do these things all, or do they get encapsulated, and do they come through our park services, or are they just something that you collect up from these other agencies?
So there are different organizations all across Canada who are submitting land to this database. And so a lot of those trust organizations, like the Nature Trust of BC, Ducks Unlimited, they have already registered. I would suspect that most, if not all, of those areas that you just mentioned are already registered in this database. So those trust organizations are really good about going through the process and getting those areas registered. Our program works specifically with municipalities and regional districts and like local government owned land, because local governments don't have the capacity to do the assessment and the registration process themselves, whereas a lot of those other organizations do have that capacity to do those registrations.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm not seeing any other hands, so thank you very much for the presentation, and we will probably have to give some thought to which ones and if we ask staff to look into them. Again,
Okay, great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
So we've got that presentation, but we don't have anything, we're not asked to deal with that right at this second. Is that correct from staff?
Thank you, Chair. There's no report. This was a delegation, as you know. However, should the committee wish to request staff to investigate, or request that the board request staff investigate, then that would be helpful. However, if the committee wishes to have some time to reflect and provide that advice when they wish, that would be their pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Director Roberts, and then Federico. Go
To the
ahead.
chair and to staff. So how much staff time is this,
it's one thing, these are already lands. They're even saying we already know which ones we're looking at. So I'm kind of puzzled that, this is something that we're even doing because it seems like it's already done.
Go ahead.
From what I can see, other than maybe a couple of calls and coming back to the board before we actually have these lands designated under this program, staff time is really negligible. They do all of the groundwork. They do all of the paperwork, which is probably the most cumbersome piece. So from what they've told us, very light.
Okay, follow up, or go ahead, Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. What's staff's interest or appetite in this taking place? Is there a level of, I don't want to say caring, but just what are your thoughts on this?
Throwing.
I think the program is really great. I don't see a negative to doing it. I'm not chomping at the bit as staff to do it, but I can see why we would do it. And I can see the benefits to doing it, to be part of that larger program. I do not feel that it changes how we operate or manage our parks. So it's just if the board chooses to be part of that bigger program.
Go ahead.
If I could, Chair,
Sure.
so just to add to that, great response. The one question that would cause concern does not in this instance is if there was something to be registered on title, then that's an ongoing commitment that is quite difficult to remove from those parcels without the consent of the other named individual. So in this instance, we asked that question, said, well, what if the board changed their mind? And they said it's quite simple. It's just simply requesting that X parcel or a portion of X parcel be removed from the list. So not particularly onerous.
Okay, follow up. Go ahead, Director Federico.
I guess in the interest of it not being laborsome to staff and real no input or impact rather, then I don't mind adding rock ovens and Naramata Creek to it. I think from the perspective of our community and those valuable spaces, then adding this layer onto it, I think would be not so much beneficial, but would be good to put on those two parks. So I'm okay with moving those two for Area E forward.
Okay. Director Taylor.
I voiced the concern the last time. It's not a concern as much as I just don't really see why. We're just adding another layer of complexity. So I'm not sold yet. I welcome the chance to talk with you, Justin, because it sounds like you see benefit to it. I'm glad you don't see risk. So that's nice. The land's already there. It's already park. What's the problem? So anyway, end of story for me.
Yeah. Anything further, Director Bush?
I'm just wondering if, in today's world, are these parks subject to the native takeovers?
That's a question I don't think any of us can answer at this stage.
They're all different degrees of parks, right? There's provincial parks, there's park protected land, there's regional district parks. Who has what?
Well, right
and
now,
what's up for sale?
Right now, they're managed by the owners, but the future remains to be seen. That's what it boils down to. So I think we'll leave it at that for at the moment. Nobody's prepared to make a motion one way or the other. APC minutes for information. I'm going to go to Ms. Batten first. If there was anything on there that you wanted to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, this is just for the board's, the EA Services Committee's information.
Okay. And then Planning Services Division Quarterly Report. Do you want to lead that off, Ms. Batten, or should I just go straight to Chris?
We'll go straight to Mr. Garish.
Over to you then.
Great, thank you. There is a PowerPoint presentation with this one, so I'll just give it a second to be brought up. Yep. Okay. All right. So quarterly report for Q1 2026. I've got a few slides. which I'll quickly run through here. And they do try to, or attempt to mirror the contents of the report that's on your agenda. Okay. So just for the board's benefit, I have broken down the PowerPoint into 3 sections dealing with the projects that the planning department is currently undertaking, the volume of applications that we deal with, and also the interactions that we've been having with the public via email, in person, and phone calls. And just some of the benefits of quarterly reporting and the information that we can convey to the board with this presentation and report. And before I jump into what we're doing with the regional district, just a reminder that we do provide planning services to 2 of our member municipalities. And the nature of those contracts does have planning staff also assisting Keremeos and Osoyoos with projects, applications, and to a lesser extent, queries from the public. But when there's challenging questions, we do try to assist the town and village staff. So in terms of strategic priorities, of course, we are as a department working off of the board's strategic plan. And from the last quarterly report, we have updated the list to reflect what's been put forward for 2026. And so I'll start with the regional growth strategy and just give a quick overview of where we're at. The consultation plan was adopted by the board back in February, and we are in the process of completing the first steps of that plan. So that involves presentations to the municipal councils, which I believe are complete now. The planning commissions are upcoming, as is a public information meetings. And then after that, we will review the feedback and most likely report back to committee in Q3. The single Okanagan Valley OCP bylaw, public comment closed on that on April. There was a public information meeting in support of that as well. I think about 15 people attended. We're currently in the process of reviewing the feedback and then most likely come back to committee, hopefully in Q2, to seek direction on next steps in relation to this particular project. The electoral area G zoning update. So as the board will recall, the first phase of that, which was the conservation and parks and recreation zones, was adopted at your meeting of March 19th. And so now we're looking into the watershed policies and regulations, and we're hoping to finalize the scope of that particular amendment by law in Q2, and then heading out to the public to seek comment on that. Development cost charge bylaw is ongoing. We do have a consultant assisting us with that. They are doing background work at the moment. So there's really not much more new to report on in relation to this project, but we are hoping to get back to the board with some tentative dates there in Q2 or Q3 to present and go forward with public engagement. We also might just come back to seek further direction on the project itself based on some of the feedback that we're hearing at this point from the consultant, but that's still kind of tentative at this point. I think this is the last active one that we're working on at the moment. So Park Rail Horn and Kearns Creek. That was just before the board recently. We did get direction from the board in relation to next steps in terms of public engagement. And so that was the request for the APCs and also the in-person meetings for areas C and I. So we are working with the consultant to finalize the final draft of the amendment bylaw. And then we're going to talk to them about their availability to attend those in-person meetings and when we might be able to schedule those. I mean, to be honest, we're probably looking at Q3 at this point, but we can give the board an update on that as we proceed. And then just a reminder for the board, and again, this is all within the report that's before you today, but just when some of those other projects that I just ran through are completed, these are the ones that we have coming up next on the list. And so the very next one, of course, is Area HOCP, which is a big one. So we're waiting for others to complete before we do start that one, but it's certainly on the list. Now I'm just taking a step back because I just want to highlight for something for the board in relation to a project that we did recently, well, have almost completed. It's primarily done, but it was in relation to the West Bench geotech review. And I want to flag this because I think there's going to be a benefit to this particular project that we might be able to expand in future and provide a better service to people in relation to some of the permits and approvals that we issue. So a recommendation that came out of this report was that there would seem to be a benefit to making the library of geotech reports that we've received over the years in the West Bench available, not just for the public, but primarily for other geotechnical engineers who are doing work in the area and can see what their fellow engineers have done on surrounding properties with the idea that this would inform and improve the quality of the reports that we're preparing. So in order to create that database and to make it accessible and to reduce the demands on staff from geotech engineers looking for these reports, we decided to make the database available electronically through the mapping system. And so I've skipped a few steps here, and this is not a live or interactive maps, it's just screenshots. So I can't fiddle around with the maps to show you particular properties or how I got to this screen, but it is a link from our main page. This is the public facing viewer. And on that, you can see, and I apologize for the size of the text, but we do have there a reference to the geotech reports locations. And when you highlight that particular box, it'll bring up all the properties in the West Bench, which we've been able to collect or identify geotech reports for. And then you can zoom into these properties and click on the little purple icon. And we're hopeful in future that we can actually have the documents themselves linked there. But in the interim, we have a note saying that, yes, we do have a report for this property. And if you are interested, you can contact us to get a copy of it. Of course, the obvious benefit to this is that in time, and once we've had a chance to experience and learn from how this library is going to work, it could obviously be expanded to include other geotechnical areas that we know exist within Cleedon and Naramata. And then there also, and this is of course down the road and subject to board prioritization as a project in future, a benefit to maybe extending this out to various development permits that we have and showing which properties we've previously issued either environmentally sensitive permits for, water course development permits, and potentially even forming character, although I think those are less sensitive than some of the ones that biologists require for their assessments. So to us, it is an exciting new mapping tool, and it has come out of a previous board project, and I just wanted to flag for the board that this is available. And once we get it up and running a bit, we might put out a info release just alerting engineering firms in the area that do business, particularly in the West Bench, that this tool is now available to them. So I'm going to switch now to the second part of the presentation, which is the applications and the volumes that we've been receiving. So I'll start by saying that when we recommenced the quarterly reports for planning, like I know one of the commitments we made to the board was that we were going to get metrics on how we're doing in terms of the processing times for applications. We were hopeful to have that ready for the Q1 report this time, but we're still working with the software and trying to get a better understanding of how it's working and making sure that the points that we put in to try to measure our timelines are accurate and we're reporting correctly. So it wasn't quite ready for Q1, but certainly on our to-do list and very high in terms of importance for the next Q2 or next quarterly report. So just asking, please bear with us. We are working towards getting you that information, but the stats that I have today don't have metrics. It's more just volumes and how we're charting so far this year versus what we projected versus where we're actually at. And so you can see here with the discretionary land use applications, this is rezonings, DVPs, temporary use permits, anything that usually requires coming forward to the board. And you can see here that we had projected a decline for 2026, and we're actually a little bit below that, but I think I can explain that with the next slide. So now we're into what we call, for the lack of a better word, our guideline-based land use applications. So these are ones that are generally delegated to staff with specific criteria for assessment, so development permits. I can't think of the other ones, but new to this list, which we haven't had previously, is the short-term rental permits. And so the decline that we're seeing here is the reduction in temporary use permits for the old vacation rentals, which no longer exist. And that's been taken up with the increase in STRs under this particular category, which explains why our projections for this year are way off, because we didn't have a frame of reference for STR permits. This is our first year really issuing them, and they seem to be driving the growth over what we projected. There was a request prior to the meeting, and I apologize to building and business licensing, because this is a planning report, but there was a request for business license activity. This is handled by a different department, but I was able to get some stats from them to throw into this particular presentation. And so to date, from January, you can see here the number of business license applications that we've received. And so these stats include issued, pending, denied, expired, and withdrawn applications. So we have 55 in total. And there's 4 electoral areas in which business licenses are currently required. And so we've provided the breakdown here in terms of the volume that we're seeing. And so I apologize, I don't have stats for each electoral area, but you can see the vast majority to this point have been from Area E. And the other areas are shown with the numbers in the pie chart. So I'll just sit here for a moment if anybody wants to digest this. That's area E.
Any questions or thoughts on this?
No, I was limited in space, and so I think the vast majority have been, I'm going by memory here, they're either pending or issued. I think by the stats, that's about 88% of the applications that we've received. And so the expired, pending, and denied would be the other 13%.
Go ahead.
This is up until when?
This morning.
Oh,
Yeah, we pulled the stats together this morning and I built it into the PowerPoint. So
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I get that.
Anything further on this one? Go ahead, Director Fedrigo.
Yes, thank you, Chair. 3.6 were denied. So what, on that basis, then were those ones that?
I can't answer that. That was a
No.
different department. I just got numbers provided to me in relation to what they've been processing. So happy to have Mark or Mr. Petrie follow up with you on that.
All right, continue on.
Agency referrals is interesting. So I think what's driving the numbers here is the Crown referrals that we received today. I think for the first quarter, we received a comparable number of Crown referrals that we received last year and some of the previous years. So even though we were projecting kind of a flat volume for these, Crown referrals have pushed them up significantly. So we'll see if that carries out throughout the remainder of the year, or if it's going to start to steady out and drop a little bit. Interdepartmental referrals. So this would be queries from bylaw enforcement, zone checks for building permits, etc. Again, we were anticipating lower numbers this year, but I think, again, similar to the earlier slides, what's driving the growth here is the referrals that we're receiving from business licensing in relation to the STR business license applications. And again, our projections couldn't capture that because we have no frame of reference up until this year to incorporate here. So that I think explains some of the divergence. So now I'm going to transition into the third and last section of the quarterly report, which is the queries. So phone calls to date, it appears that our average is 341 per month, and on a daily basis, that's about 11 and a half calls. For emails, 274 per month, on average 13 per day. And then there's the 300 internal emails, so redirections from other departments where questions that were felt to be more appropriate for land use or planning were redirected from those departments to us. And in-person number of queries, so coming to the front counter through the front door. And again, I just want to emphasize with this that this is not a precise number. I mean, obviously, we try to capture to the best of our ability the number of people coming in, but if it's busy at the front and we have multiple people being served, there's always the possibility that we're not capturing all those numbers. So this could be an undercount, but nevertheless, it does provide an indication of some of the volume that we're getting in at the front counter. Some days being busier than others, obviously, so this is just an average. And comfort letter requests, which seems to be the only type of, not application per se, but request that we're receiving at the moment that seems to be generating its own growth year over year. So we had projected based on previous years that it might flatten out a bit this year, but no, it seems to be on track for a record year. And so these are generally just people asking queries in relation to, most of the time, a property purchase and seeking assurance that how they want to use the property or how they want to develop the property can be done before they finalize the sale or the purchase. So this is just kind of a roundup summary, some of the things that we're monitoring and just highlight for the board going forward. So as you're aware, based on the next two items after this today, the ongoing need for board direction in relation to the STR program, the ongoing review of development approval processes, which we're always keeping an eye on and looking for improvements where we can, or if there's problems that have surfaced, bringing those forward for board direction. I'm not sure if the board is aware. I know there was an email that went out from the ALC to local governments across the province indicating that they are experiencing staffing and budget pressures, and so alerting us to potential implications for processing times, which of course for us, especially given the number of STR permit applications that we're receiving, some of which are in the ALR, could slow down people's approvals, plus any other approvals the commission deals with, either non-farm use or subdivision for parcels in the ALR. So just flagging that for the board's awareness. The province has also implemented changes to the riparian areas protection regulation, but the actual changes don't take effect until 2027. For us at a staff level, and I appreciate the board doesn't usually see the watercourse development permits because those are delegated to staff to process, but the province is finally taking steps to formalize the condition and impact assessments that they have been encouraging qualified environmental professionals to undertake, where they're dealing with situations the province calls retroactive development, meaning people undertook development prior to getting a wrapper sign-off. Also flagging potential changes from the province of the Heritage Conservation Act. When I originally put this on the slide, I think the changes were going to be applied to subdivisions, building permits, and development permits, which obviously affects planning. But I think from the most recent round of announcements I saw from the province, the development permits have been removed, and it's only being applied, I think, to subdivisions. I'm not quite sure the status of building permits, but again, just something we're monitoring. As the board is aware, pending incorporation of OK Falls has implications for our land use bylaws. And then I also saw recently too, and just for the board's benefit, in case you weren't already aware, that the Professional Reliance Act that the province had proposed late last year, there was an announcement put out saying that it's not being pursued any further at this time, but apparently the province is looking at other changes kind of related to it later this year, so we'll see what they have planned. And that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, a number of months ago, I was told you guys were preparing a RFP to do the APC for Area H. Has there been any progress on that, or is that just all on hold as well?
I think he means the OCP.
Yeah, the OCP.
Oh, yeah, OCP, yeah.
Too many of them acronyms, but
yes.
Yeah, so there was some preliminary work done on putting together a draft RFP for potential OCP review in Area H, but because of the other project work that we haven't returned to that in the last few months. So it's I suspect it's still in the draft form from either late last year or earlier this year. Yeah, but it is in the work plan.
Yeah, it's been in a work plan for a long time, but my concern here is that, you know, we have like somewhere around 63% of our residents or our landowners don't live here, and they're only here in the summertime. So I was hoping that we were onto this so we could have some public engagement over the course of the summer, because people have now are showing up. They kind of last weekend was opening weekend for seasonal people, and then they're gone by Thanksgiving. So it gives us a pretty short window to actually have any meaningful interaction with all those folks. So that's why I was kind of pushing this, so that we could get this started.
okay. Noted. Director Federico?
Thank you, Chair. The West Bench GIS integration is pretty cool. So that's a neat feature to have, I think, and I think it'll be fairly well received. Can we also get more information on the Heritage Act? Because I know UBCM has been kind of not fighting with the province, but I know the Heritage Act is a bit contentious. So if you have any more information that can be shared, I think that would be great for us to just get a kind of bit of a handle or understanding of it. And then is there a plan to come to Naramata this month to talk about the OCP? Because I anticipate most of your feedback came from my community and it's not to opt into it. So I still still think that coming out to the community to have a discussion is going to be beneficial.
Okay. Staff?
So yeah, I think 96 or 98% of the feedback we received was from Naramata, and there's a variety of comments contained in there. I think at this point, the plan is tentatively to come back to the board and ask what the preferred next direction is in relation to consultation on this.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to follow up with that. My frustration is that there was a board resolution and I made it specifically to ask for planning staff to come to the community. And I asked for a follow-up in April and I told that wasn't happening and that you would be coming in May. And then there was a public online engagement period and it was not listed that you were coming to the community. So given that there's such division and that there's a high level of feedback that has come through, I would like to see a meeting in the community physically there to answer questions from residents. And I've asked it a few times and it's been passed to the board. So it's a direction that I would like to see happen so we can have these conversations.
CAO?
Let's take that offline because we have to look at the capacity. So we will set up a meeting. Chris, I'll ask you and Alan to set up a meeting for early next week, okay? Okay, with the director.
Okay. Any further discussion on this one? Not seeing any. Thank you, Chris, for that update. Oh, whoa, go ahead, Director Roberts.
Not about STRs.
No, we're not talking about that yet.
I have a question. We just had this presentation earlier today in regards to the forest landscape planning. And some of the language, like again, in discussion around watersheds and all that stuff that we were looking at in Area G. And I'm wondering whether or not is that something that we can tie in or that you're aware of? Because it sounds like they're talking about a lot of coverage in regards to Crown land and different areas with watersheds, watercourses, wetlands is kind of what, you know, I was hoping for or looking at and part of our discussion. Is this, because again, is that, I'm assuming that that's different from what was passed on or to me from, like I said, Olala's watershed was the only one that was itemized in Area G because it's under the Forest and Range Practices Act. So is there any clarity in regards to these two? They're two different things. Thank you.
Staff?
Yeah, so I'm going to have to plead ignorance on the presentation earlier today. But certainly, I mean, I think what I indicated in the slide is we need to finalize the scope for that second part of the Area G zoning. So if there's work being done by the province in relation to Crown land that has overlap or may support what you're looking to do in Area G, then certainly we can reach out to the province and see if there's any ability to work together on that.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, because they're far enough that they're coming to the public. They're coming in Karamias on May 25th. So I'll definitely connect up with that. But it was pretty interesting. So I was just wondering if that was something else that was in the back burner. Thank you.
Okay. All right, next item up is our ever favorite topic, short-term rentals and the 6-month review.
So I thought I'd look at the board this way. This way I can see all of you and not just, I miss everybody on this side. So just want to write out a little bit of a script here. This report presents a 6-month operational review of the short-term rental program and proposes targeted bylaw amendments to address issues identified through implementations. The changes focus on health and safety inspections, delegated authority, and fee clarity with the goal of improving consistency, efficiency, and customer service. This is a largely a refinement exercise and want to recognize planning and building staff for bringing this recommendations forward. There is a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll enjoy watching it from this way. There, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll just, okay, so here's the presentation slide. So there is a lot of information in this report. And as the CIO indicated, from staff's perspective, we're not seeking to change any policy direction in relation to STRs per se. I think what we, at least from our perspective, what we identified today here is operational issues that we would benefit from some direction on the board on how best to deal with some of the challenges that we've experienced with these three aspects of the program in the first 6 months. And so I appreciate that there's one administrative recommendation, and I do have that at the end of my slide presentation, but I've inserted some breaks as I go through each of these three sections in case the board wants to stop and discuss each one as we go through. So deal with health and safety inspections first, delegated authority, and then the application fees. But I'm happy to take direction from you on how you wish to proceed. So with that, I'll jump into health and safety inspections. When I get to the end, we can see if you want me to keep going or if you want to stop and provide some direction on this issue first. So just some basic background. The purpose of a health and safety inspection is to ensure that the structure being proposed, and I see a typo, I apologize for that, not for the short-term tourist accommodation, but for the short-term tourist accommodation purposes, is not presenting a hazard to the patrons who will be staying within the structure. And from experience over the past 12 to 13 years, it's not been uncommon for us to find or to receive proposals where it's a converted space that's being proposed to accommodate patrons, and that space was never meant maybe for residential occupancy. So the health and safety inspection helps ensure that that space will be at least meeting a minimum standard. And so some of the things that we see in these spaces can include unpermitted works related to windows, electrical, plumbing, and it's our understanding that it's the gas and electrical faults that are among the most leading causes for fires and explosions and carbon monoxide fatalities, et cetera. So there's another benefit as well to these inspections. And again, the inspections aren't new. They weren't introduced with the changes adopted by the board last year. These date to the original approach to vacation rentals that was implemented in 2014. So they have been required of existing operators previously, so it's not a new requirement. So the issues that we've encountered is that the requirement for the health and safety inspections is varied across electoral areas. In some electoral areas, it's at the business licensing stage if there is no STR permit requirement. In the other electoral areas where there is an STR permit requirement, that's where we're asking for it. And not material, but just to reflect the variation across electoral areas, there's also somewhere it's not required at all, and so that would be at Apex and Area F. And then also currently the bylaws do not require them in relation to any tourist accommodation uses that might come forward for the board's consideration. The second component of this issue with the health and safety inspections is that, previously we had provided the health and safety inspection internally up until last year when the changes were implemented. We realize now that we don't have qualified staff to do the inspections for gas and electrical, so that's presenting some challenges in terms of continuing to provide the in-house service to applicants when we can't help them satisfy all the requirements for the health and safety inspection. So issue number one that we're hoping to get some direction from the board on is that we remove the requirement for the health and safety inspection at the STR stage, with the exception of Area C, because Area C doesn't have business licensing, and that the health and safety inspection only be required at business licensing after somebody has an STR in areas A and E. And so that gets rid of this two-step process where sometimes it's causing confusion or delaying the processing of the application, or there's uncertainty as to at what stage are we collecting this information. If we can simplify it to the business licensing stage, we feel that's a benefit. The alternative is, and there's a few of them, but either there's no health and safety inspection required, or it's just made consistent across all of the electoral areas. Now, the second part, which I don't know if we want to jump into now or if you want to discuss that first option, but the second one would be the health and safety inspection itself and how to address the gas and electrical certifications.
I seen a hand here. I'll go to Director Roberts first.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I think you're getting into it in number 2 there, because I was just wondering if it's not in-house, wouldn't it be just getting them to get certified by A, B, and C, and then we're done with it and we don't have the extra cost?
Mm-hmm. That's an option.
That's an option. There's also an option of just self-declaration.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's a whole lot less hassles, but Director Monteith?
Through the chair, that's what I thought we were going for from the very beginning. I was really shocked when I heard from applicants that they actually had to go through a health and safety inspection, because the whole time that was my goal, was declaration.
Well, it is a option that we can direct here. Director Fedrigo?
Yes, thank you. At what point in time or what age of the home do we ask for the gas and electrical? Because we had one applicant whose house was built within the last 5 years, and they were asked to get an update on their gas and electrical. So that was an extra expense there. So like, are we looking at folios to know what we have on file? Or are we just assuming that doesn't matter if your house was built yesterday, you still have to go through that process?
So I don't think there's a date in mind. I mean, I'm recalling that in relation to, which is the second dot point here on the slide, removing the occupancy permit requirement. So we're proposing to remove the occupancy permit requirement because there's housing stock within the regional district that existed prior to this organization even existing, let alone requiring building permits in those electoral areas. So some of them can't provide that. So we're just proposing to remove it. But in relation to occupancy, if you had received an occupancy permit, I think within the last 2 or 3 years, we weren't asking for that, as long as you let us know that like nothing had changed to the house since we issued that occupancy permit. But the gas and electrical is new to us. And so, yeah, I don't think there has been a date that we've been using. It's just, it's presented a challenge. We realize that's a requirement. We don't have the in-house staff to address it. How do we get this covered off? And so, yeah, so I'll just quickly run through this. So the 4 options here that you can consider would be the status quo in which we continue to provide a service for health and safety inspections internally, but recognizing that we can't address the gas and electrical. You can continue to provide that service internally, but remove the gas and electrical requirement, or we stop providing it as an internal service and we use professional reliance model where they get a qualified person who's able to look at everything, including gas and electrical. They pay that person and that person provides us with a document declaring compliance, or we move away from any professional involvement and it's simply the property owner doing a self-dec model.
Okay. Director Roberts?
Yeah, thank you, the chair. And I think when we discussed the self-declaration, the concern, and I think you answered it that time around liability, that does, they're signing off on that and then the regional district isn't liable, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Is there a direction we want to take on this one? Director Taylor?
I'd like to move that we just shift to the self-declaration model, and if people want to discuss it, I'm happy to do so, but if we want to vote on it right away, we can do that too.
Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? All right. It looked unanimous.
Yep. Can I jump one slide back?
Sure.
Because there's a separate question on this one. So we just want to get confirmation of what stage in the application process we should be requiring, given your resolution a few minutes ago, a few seconds ago, this self-dec form. And our preference is to have it provided as part of the business license application, not in those electoral areas where an STR permit's required.
Yeah, it probably makes sense there. I don't, unless someone else has got a different idea, let's just say that's done by consensus.
Yeah, and the only caveat is Area C, because of course Area C doesn't have business licensing, so we would still require it as part of the STR permit because that's all they require in your electoral area to get approval to operate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be at the last step, which in his case is the first step.
Yep. Yeah.
First and last. So, okay.
Keep going.
Keep it going.
Okay. Delegated authority. So this question came up, well, actually, sorry, I'll give some background. So the board has previously delegated to the CEO the authority to issue STR permits. And there's a lot of benefits to that if we're operating within defined criteria set by the board, because it creates operational efficiencies, timely decision-making, and improved consistency against the criteria that the board has given us to use when we look at these at the staff level. Now, when we came forward late last year with the amendments, we had premised the delegation authority on the term of an STR permit not exceeding 1 year. And as the board will recall, and this speaks to the next item on the committee agenda after we finish this one, there was an existing board policy that dated to the 2014 vacation rental amendments that spoke to an initial season, quote unquote, so 1 year. And so that was carried forward with the delegation bylaw, that it was assumed that the STR permit would mirror the business licensing or business license and only be issued for 1 year. When we sought to repeal that 2014 policy about the seasons, the board at that meeting indicated that it was open, or it was acceptable for an STR permit to be for a full 3 years. So of course that presents a challenge to us logistically, because of course applicants are going to seek the full term available to them. And so we're seeing this already, they're already asking for 3-year terms. But our delegation at a staff level is tied to 1 year, which we don't anticipate anybody's going to ask for anymore. So that means all the permits that we anticipated dealing with that delegation, saving the board from having to deal with it because of the 3-year term, we can't deal with it anymore. So we're hopeful that the board's open to amending that delegation to basically remove the term limit, so that if somebody applies by chance for a 1-year STR, a 2-year STR, or a 3-year STR, whatever the date is, staff can deal with it under delegation, subject to the other criteria that already exists.
Okay, so do you need a motion to that effect?
Well, given you past motions on the last one, it would be helpful. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, someone prepared to move that we just remove the time limit, so.
I think it should come from someone who's using them.
Yeah. Director Monteith is good for it. Moving it, seconded. I'll second it. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Application fees. So again, just a quick overview. I mean, as the board's aware, the fees are intended to assist in cost recovery, but not meant to generate revenue. And historically, for the range, and I think there's like potentially 20 different applications we deal with in planning, the fees charged to those various applications rarely reflect the true costs incurred by the RD in processing them. The one exception to this since 2021 has been, well, it was originally the previous vacation rental TUP, and an STRs currently. But what we've seen over the last 6 months is that there's been confusion, because within the fees and charges bylaw, the reference that we've used is delegated versus non-delegated. And I think the idea is that we anticipated a majority of the STR permits that we would receive would meet the zoning regs for short-term rental accommodations and could be dealt with at a staff level. The ones that couldn't would be deemed a tourist accommodation use, and they would be charged the higher $2,500 fee, full cost recovery model, et cetera, et cetera. Those fees, particularly the $500 for the delegated STR, that was again based on the 1-year term. But now if we're looking at STRs being on a 3-year term, that kind of changes the calculus a bit. I mean, obviously from our perspective, we would favor an increase to reflect that, but the board's got options before it in relation to that. And then also, I worried how I was going to address this if you did opt for the self-deck model, but I'll obviously take direction. But the fees did include a bit of a cost to reflect that we were providing that in-house and our inspectors were going out to do these health and safety inspections. If they're no longer doing that, I mean, I think there's an argument to be made. Oh, I don't have it here. It might be in the board report, but there's a table in your report that shows the fees that are being charged by other local governments, the majority of which use the self-declaration approach for health and safety inspections, and our fees, even providing that service, are still competitive with our member municipalities. So the fact that you've moved to self-dec, I mean, you could lower the fee to reflect that, or you could leave the fee the way it is, subject to recognition that, and again, I apologize, this is getting confusing, that the fee, which was 1 year, has now been changed in this recommendation to reflect a 3-year permit, hence the $1,250. I hope this has all made sense.
I think maybe we should leave it alone for now and see how it flies. I'm seeing nods, but let's hear from Director Federico. You had it.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm comfortable leaving at the 500 fee. I don't think going up to 1,200 makes sense, because your time and effort put into it, whether it's from 1 year to 3 years, doesn't change. So in the interest of having people going this route, I think the 500 is fine. I'd almost bring business licenses down around the 350 mark too, but that's just where I stand on that. So I'll see where others are at.
So for now, it looks like just leave it where it is.
Well, if I can ask a question with the board, so if, I think it would be helpful, like we're happy to leave the fees with whatever you direct. I think for us, the more problematic aspect of them going forward would be the delegated versus non-delegated reference, because that is causing confusion for people who come in and they have no idea what they are. It's not clear, and then you have to talk to staff, and then we're trying to tease out of you like, okay, well, how many bedrooms, how many parking spaces, are you there more times than you're not there during the year? And so we can leave the fees as you've requested at the $500, but we might ask that the wording that we put beside those fees be changed from the delegated, non-delegated to the short-term rental permit versus tourist accommodation use.
Go ahead, Director Fedrigo.
Yeah, can I get clarification on that? Because this is where my sticking point is, right? Because I've asked for the TU fee for tourist accommodation and I've been told no. So I get confused when you're starting to use language in here about delegated and then non-delegated, and you're telling me non-delegated is tourist accommodation. In my mind, we don't have that because that is a TUP, but we're not going that route. So I don't even have clarification on where that's going. So I'm gonna bring up a proposal on the other one and looking at this. So, and I don't know if Adam can pull it up now, if that makes sense, but the city of Penticton has a short-term rental for bedrooms that are under like 8 people or so. And then they have a high occupancy short-term rental for ones that are over. So I was gonna bring forward something like that. I sent Adam the link. So then I don't know if that then would change a bit of this structure, because then, and I know I'm throwing in confusion, but again, I don't understand the non-delegated and then using the terminology around tourist accommodation. So how can we tease that out where that we have a delineation between the permits that are smaller homes and with smaller bedrooms versus the ones with larger? So I'm throwing a lot in there, but.
It sounds more like a notice of motion needed and then some staff work on that whole thing.
Yeah, and that's fine. Well, I mean, I'm happy to propose to get to that point, and that's with the next one, but it would then have an impact on how we're looking at the costing structure and then delegated versus non-delegated is.
CAO?
Can I make a recommendation that this portion of the decision be deferred and bring it back with more information rather than just start making decisions on the fly?
I think that might be wise at this stage. So.
And I'm okay with that. My only concern is that anybody who comes in this week who's looking for a short-term rental permit is going to be charged at whatever. And then if we go to change that, then that looks different. So comfort level on that. I mean, I'm happy with 500, whether it's delegated or not delegated, although if we go to one that's larger, high occupancy, that number is going to have to be higher. That's where my concern is for that piece, but.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, just an observation, because I mean, we've had to review some of these fee structures in the past. Remember, like the fee is based on our average processing time. So our processing is not based on how many bedrooms you are doing. Our processing costs are more related to how much notification are we doing, how much outreach are we doing with the community, how many staff are going to be involved in this. So like you can have 5 bedrooms, you can have 10 bedrooms. It's not going to affect our processing of that application, right? And that, like under the Act, I mean, that's what our fee is supposed to be based on, processing, not some other consideration, right? So.
Okay, well, we'll have a further discussion on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this right now? Are you finished your presentation on it? It's not moving. There we go.
I believe so. I'm just getting to the recommendation slide.
Okay.
So if it's helpful based on everything I just heard, I think all of these could proceed except for the last one, which would be the fees and charges amendment, because that's the one you want to discuss further.
Mm-hmm. I think so. That's it. Director Roberts.
Yeah, thanks through the chair, just for clarity in my own mind. So when we do electoral area official community plan, is that strictly the OCPs that have STRs? Or is it something that you connect to all OCPs, even in areas that don't have it, that if they end up having it, it's already structured in there?
Go ahead.
Do you know what I'm
Chris.
saying?
I'm not sure where you're
Or
headed.
is this
Well,
just something that's specifically to those ones?
Yeah, so I think what you're picking up on is the title of the OCP amendment. This OCP amendment is only applicable to areas A and E.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's the end of that. Thank you for that presentation. Question, Director Taylor? Ms. Batten?
Mr. Chair, I think that staff would like a direction with this administrative recommendation,
Specifically,
making a motion to initiate, and I would say removing the last one, the fees and charges.
didn't we do those individually? Early on? Okay. Is Chris comfortable with him, with our direction, or does he need more?
So I'm hearing that she needs direction to adjust these things in order that those motions we passed.
Yeah, so what I can see here is that the committee has given direction on certain elements of each of those bylaws. However, what staff was looking for was the okay to proceed with making those changes and bringing them forward to the board.
I'll move that the necessary changes be made to bylaws to accommodate the previous motions.
Seconder? All in favor?
Doing my best for you, Tracy.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And I believe there is only one item left here, but it's going to have to be put off because we've got a 3 o'clock meeting, but go ahead.
Well, just in the interest of time, like this is me and my sticking point for this one, so I'm happy for it to be rescinded if I can make a notice of motion that staff explore a similar model to what the city of Penticton does, in which they've got a short-term rental permit for high occupancy. And if we can do that, I'm happy to rescind this one because I think I'm catching on to why we're removing the TUP, but then it's still just the language around tourist accommodation. So if I can put that notice of motion forward or a motion that staff can look at the high occupancy, then I'm happy to rescind that one.
Have you had a chance to sit down with staff on this
I
topic?
asked in an email to have a conversation and I was told it was coming to the board and to discuss it here. So I was happy to bring this forward previous to getting here, but wasn't given that opportunity. So it's coming forward now.
Okay, so that's a notice of motion. Oh. We're not going to have time to deal with it today, I don't think. Motion to adjourn? Sure, quick question.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. And this is for the CEO. Or CEO. In regards to the electoral area committee, it seems like still that as a lot of times we're having full discussions at the board meeting before, and I'm wondering whether or not, like, I was under the assumption, especially a lot of our planning and the stuff that we kind of get into the weeds with the municipalities sitting around, that we would do all that here and then it would just go to the consent. And then if someone has a problem or if there's an issue, then we bring it out. Otherwise, it should be moving through forward because we seem to be doing duplications or carrying on our long discussions elsewhere. So I was wanting to see where that was landing because that was really the premise behind this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so looking into whether or not some of the planning items could be brought here. The concern is that a lot of them are bylaws and bylaws must go to the board and they have to, I think I would have difficulty saying that a consent agenda was adopted that covered a whole bunch of bylaws and a whole bunch of permits. I'm still looking into it. However, that is perfect to the fact that we are now just over 4 months into this new committee structure, and I will be reaching out to the entire board to ask for feedback on the different committees and what changes you would like to see.
Okay. Follow up to that.
Sort of the same line. through the chair, do we have an electoral area support person yet? Has that been posted and what is the timeline on that?
We do not have one yet. I will ask the HR department to provide an
An update? Okay, we'll get that in the future then. A notice or a motion to adjourn, moved, seconded, thank you, all in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and attendance. What can I keep and what can't I?